All right, good morning. Do a little bit of go coding here. A couple of administrative things. I'm deleting all of my weekend schedules because I was an hour late for this because I went on a date with my wife last night and now I'm late and people are giving me shit. So fuck the schedule. I'm deleting it right now while you wait. If you don't like it, go complain to whoever you're paying for this. So some of you are paying, and to you I apologize, but to the rest of you who are just freeloading and just pissed off because I'm not on my schedule, this is my answer to you. I'm kind of grumpy. It's the morning. I want to enjoy my weekend, and I'm getting punished for not meeting the schedule by people who have to be smartasses. So, I'm removing all scheduled elements for now. I go back and forth between removing stuff on the schedule and keeping it on the schedule, and I've just decided to just delete it all. If I generally will be on at certain times, but it doesn't mean I'm going to be here, so don't count on it. And the schedule is now completely empty again. I should have known better. I should have known better. As soon as I put something on the schedule, people become assholes. So, oh, God forbid that they actually expect that I'm going to be here for the schedule. I know it's my fault. You can blame me. That's fine. But now you have no one to blame because there's no fucking schedule. So just get over it. All right. Next. If you happen to catch me at a given time when I'm covering a topic, great. Maybe you can go back and watch the replay of me doing something, if you really want to catch what I'm doing. But if you are going to be that way about me being here on time every time instead of like not making it to delete the schedule item because I had a great date and I slept in and enjoyed the morning with my wife, no, I'm just fucking done. I'm like this close from stopping streaming again this morning because I'm so pissed off because I feel like my whole life is being owned and controlled for me by my volunteerism, and I'm a little angry right now. So let's get back to the Go stuff, shall we? Let's do some Go coding. So I'm going to be doing some Go integration about this, and so we've already finished this thing called conf-go. I already did all the testing on it and everything. So now I actually have to. There's yeah, I need email confirmation to see the schedule. I tell you what, the people who actually send me the information, so they're in my private community, that is fine. That's what's going to happen. The people that are in my private community, to them, I will send a schedule. Everybody else's can just, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. All right. So we're going to go back to the conf.go, and then, but I have a number of things that actually use it. If you want to see something kind of cool, you can actually open, you can go here and you can actually open a thing. And so, where is it? I'll have to go to the docs, right? The documentation. So if you go to the Go reference, this is a thing you may not know about, but it will show you all the things that are dependent on you, and you'll see everything that uses it. And there's one here, and I think there's also one on GitHub itself if it's been around for a while. So here it goes. It's imports, right? The standard library imports. Nope, that's not it. Where is it? Is it imported by? There we go. So imported by. So this just shows these other repos that are importing it. So these are all the dependencies that I have on it. I actually have more dependencies than this, but this is one place you can go get a sense of where they are if you want to look at that. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to we're going to go into one of those and we're going to try to modify it. Now, I'm going to start with the ones that if I break them, the whole world's not going to die. So I actually made the Pomodoro Time command Pomo. This is also a shell script. So when I do Pomo right now, you'll see it's a shell script. So this is kind of one of those things that I don't know that it needs to be a Go program. It's like, do I want to maintain the Go one and do I want to maintain, the other one? But I might as well, since it's out there and people have it and they use it. It does come with a command. It's going to be hard, but harder to test because I'm going to have to rename the other one. In fact, for the sake of today, I probably will do that. So which Pomo will go into scripts, and we're going to move Pomo. The Pomo is just it's a really simple Pomo timer. And wait, what? That doesn't seem right. Oh, did I already rename it? Huh. Now I'm confused. No, there it is. Oh, it's command Pomo. That's right. Never mind. It's command Pomo and not in my scripts directory. Duh. I made it into a bash command. Yeah, some of my bigger commands that I've been kind of like, doing stuff with, I put in here separately so they can be managed, committed to separately when they grow to a certain point. So yeah. I mean, just for right now, I'm gonna move this Pomo to something else because I'm gonna be working on the other one. So which Pomo? All right. You were completely moved, Bolsvad? Nice. Or Bolsvad? So this is the bash script. Command Pomo. You can go look at this. This is in my GitHub, rwxrob/cmd-pomo. And this is actually a real solid finished one that probably needs some documentation for the configuration settings. But I think that's it. All the rest is my standard boilerplate. And yeah. So we've already got that program as a shell script. But there's also a command tab -pomo. And the command tab Pomo, or command box, sorry. I renamed it, that's right. Pomo. So this is a Go program, same program, just written in Go that has a dependency on both command box and conf-go. So this is my method. Command box is my method of making modular commands that can be included in a monolith command easily by just importing them. And I like this approach better. I mean, even if some people don't like some of my other decisions on that, but that's how I do it. It's also, I can write the description really nice and easy. I have my own pseudo markdown format for highlighting and everything. So, and this one has all the documentation in it. The other one doesn't, right? So I wanted to re-enable this, and I broke it. I broke it because I changed conf-go, right? So if I build it now, it probably will have an error. So, I've already modified. I think I was doing some testing with this last week. So let's see what that testing was. Yeah, summary timer with tomato. Summary setter predicate on timer. I mean, that wasn't that big a deal. I don't get it. All right, so I mean, that's like a spelling change. Git pull. I want to make sure I didn't get any other changes from other people here. Nope. Okay. So we're going to revisit, how to make a project. Go 1.16. It's got all these things added. So I did the Go mod build and everything. And it's got the standard README that was imported. This is not how you do this anymore. I got to change that. There's a bunch of stuff I have to change. So the question is, do I branch or not? And I think I am going to actually branch here. So let's do that. Let's do, let's make an issue for it. Add binary releases, add pause, add cumulative time. Allow warning duration to be set. All code things. So issue, migrate to new conf-go. Yeah, submit. And that's issue 31. So let's do that. Let's do branch. I have a work tree thing for this, but I'm going to just not use it for today. I'm just going to go ahead and do a solid branch. So branch, let's say 31 dash, I mean, I don't have a thing for this. Sometimes I do, but not today. Conf-go. And this should actually give me a new branch and switch to it. And I'm going to go ahead and push this branch so that people can follow along. But git push dash u origin 31 conf dash go. And that should open it up. So that we have a couple branches now. 31 in main, so I'll be working on this branch. I can add all my things here. So we commit this little thing. Fix minor doc. I don't know. Make summary singular. I mean, that's what it is. So whatever. All right. So then we got to do some other stuff here. Hack and win. You did a challenge from Security Live Twitch streamer. Nice. Hacking Box 2, like Hack the Container. I definitely want to do that, Frank. It's one of the many, many, many things I want to do. I just don't know how it's going to happen. I just me. I got to have a team. I've got to start. Frank's got a good idea for creating a Hack the Box container kind of thing. And I definitely want to do that, but I can't do it myself. So my new efforts have been focused on organizing frameworks and things so that people can help in an organized way. The first being the Boost badges framework, so that I can make a badge and then say, can somebody make me a badge for Tmux? Can somebody make me a badge for this or that? And then move on that way. How's it going, Aspartame? So yeah, so we've got this. So now we're working on, I think, well, let's actually do something with it. Container has a badge. You don't need to maintain your own server for containers. Yeah, no, you don't. That's how Hack the Boxes for Hack Me do it. Yep. Yeah. That's how they do it. Both of them do it. That's how Replit does everything too. All right. So what do we got here? We've got this thing. Now we need to make sure that our dependency on this thing is changed. So this is something. So if you're a Go programmer, this will be one of the biggest things you will ever discover, and you won't find it off the bat. It is not documented anywhere well for beginners, what I'm about to do. I cannot overstate how important this is as a Go programmer to learn. And it took me a better part of 6 hours to find it when I did. So let me cast a scenario for you. In fact, I'm going to make a video about this. Okay. So I'm going to make a video about this. This is so important. Zcast start. We'll say learn to use replace in go.mod. All right, let me talk about this. So all right, so there's no dot files. You just have to go to my /dot on Artibix All right. We're going to record a video here. All right. So I've been just coding this morning on some Go projects, and I just started having to add a replace directive to my go.mod, and I realized I really need to make a video on this. I may have already made a video on this. It doesn't matter. This is one of the most important, most difficult things to know about, not do. It's super easy to do, but it's one of the hardest tricks in the book to learn as a Go programmer, particularly as a beginner. It took me the better part of 6.5 hours or so to find this through searching, because I didn't know how to construct the words to describe the scenario of what the problem was. So the first thing I have to show you is the issue. Okay, so here's the scenario. You're coding in Go and you're working on two things at the same time. You have a program. So in my case, I have command box dash pomo, which is a program. It's also a library, but it's a program. And let's actually go into to this part here. So pomo is the main.co. So you have a program here. This is using command box, which does untagged imports to get side effects, and then it allows you to make composite programs out of sub programs by just importing different command modules, provided they follow the command box API. It's my answer to some of the more unwieldy options out there. So you just do this command exec and everything works well, right? Well, so here's the sticker. So I changed command. I have a dependency here, right? So let me go back to the library. So and the library is in command.go. So, and this is, of course, this is a command box module. It's a nice way to, you can use sudo markdown to document, all nice and clean. You can set up your function to actually does the action down here, your method, blah, 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 blah. I'll talk about that later. But the main thing we care about for this conversation is this dependency right here. So I depend on conf-go. Well, I just ripped the guts out of conf-go. And, I made sure to do all the tagging and branching right so that, people in Go who are continuing to use conf-go will still get the expected behavior, but when they go to upgrade, it's going to break. It's a breaking change, and I made sure to tag it as such. So the breaking change is quite simple. I went from using a JSON file to a simple delimited file akin to properties in Java, but key equals value pairs, which is easier to parse and a bunch of things like that. But that's the fundamental change in conf-go, and that's a big change. So this package that depends on this other one that I just changed, like last week, needs to be rebuilt. But I need to do it in a way that ensures that it's not published yet, right? I don't want to, and of course I did everything right. I put it on a different branch, and I can even push it to that branch now, and it's all public. So I'm kind of got a safety net there. I got a safety net to hold me if I accidentally push it live, right? I'm not doing live development on main. And sometimes that's okay. I think sometimes doing development on main is fine, and then having your branches be your releases. It just depends on how you look at it. But don't get confused. The point of this is I want to build command box pomo with a dependency not on the version of conf-go that's out in the wild that I published, right? But let's say I hadn't released it yet, and I just wanted to check it out, see if it was all going to work. Then I want to build it on a dependency that is on this same computer in my Git branches that are here, right? So this is where the replace parameter comes in, or whatever you want to call it, keyword for go.mod comes in. And honestly, I had to sift through a bunch of stuff to do this. So here's how you do it. You do go.mod, and then you just do replace, right? Now, I tend to do this because I can't remember where I am, so I'm going to put a PWD here. Let me turn my S keys on so you can see. So this is the full path to the file, right? Command box pomo. I happen to follow the same structure, pathing for conf-go. Okay, so we want to replace anytime I use github.com/rbxrob/conf-go. Anytime I use this, okay. Oh, I forgot my operator. You got to use a fat arrow. A fat arrow has an equal sign in it and a greater than. Okay, so this says when building this package or this whatever command or package, use this file directory for anytime there's ever an import that says import github.com, whatever. Replace any import, so you don't have to change anything else in your project. You can leave everything else in your project as if it would be published that way. So now when I build it, I can do go build, and it should, it's going to give me the different errors, right? But these are errors that I want to see. Undefined conf-new. It's a different one, right? But the point of this little video, use your local one. Don't use remote repository, use the local one. Yes, it's a great way to say that. Thank you. That is exactly what it says. So this directive says now, but here's the real danger, and I want to make sure you hear this. So this is really, really powerful, right? This means I can bypass all of the security constraints, all of the checksumming, all of the caching, all of the things that can ruin your day. And we'll talk about module caching another day, which makes it hard to do development unless you know what you're doing and turn it off. These are all really important pieces of Go. I'm not slamming them at all. They have to be there to make it as safe as it is. It's way safer than NPM ever was, and because these things have all been built in. But when you add a replace directive, there are a couple of dangers. So the pro is obviously that you can build as much as you want against a local copy. Yeah, it's good for prototyping, typing, and this is really good for simultaneous. The reason that this is not commonly known is because the number of people who are simultaneously developing on multiple separate Git repo packages is probably pretty low. So, I mean, I'm just guessing here, but I figure the reason they haven't really punched this and helped beginners understand it is because you probably don't need it as a beginner because all your stuff's going to be in a single package, number one. Number two, there's some caveats that I have to share with you. So this should only be used in dev. The problem with this is this, and there's an open ticket on this which has not been resolved, and I'm just like watching like this with my popcorn, whatever, because I don't know how they're going to fix it. I think this is a really poor. I think modules in general were horribly designed. I'm not talking. The people who made modules this is not Rob Pike designing modules anymore, in my opinion. This is one of the failures of the new Go team, in my opinion. And I'm not attacking anyone individually, but I think that the whole module system has just been a clusterfuck of problems, particularly for beginners. And this is one of the examples I'm about to tell you. This is a seriously big example. If you do this. Right? If you put replace in here like this will automatically if you commit this means that anybody who tries to build your thing, and it has happened, tons and tons of people have forgotten they put this replace directive here, and then they commit it. They go ahead and they commit it, and it gets in there, and then it breaks everybody. Everybody's stuff that rebuilds on this stuff is totally fucking busted. Because why? Because now they don't have that thing locally. And the ones that aren't busted, you got to even be more worried about, because that means they have a localized copy and it's not even using the checksum version. So I believe the reason that this isn't covered for beginners is because if you leave this in here and you don't delete it before you commit, and believe me, I've done it, you're going to really screw your production release out. And it is a huge ticket, and I'm not going to go pull it up. You can go look at the Go thing about it. And there's a massive thread on this to try to fix it. And they've tried to put it in a different file, which doesn't get it, because you can't add go.mod to your gitignore. you can't add go mod to your gitignore. So people were like really, really afraid of this. Contains go.mod. The Go, let's see, Go compiler rejects to compile is go.mod contains go.mod contains replace. The Go compiler rejects the compiler if it's in there. No, it shouldn't. It should not. Are you having a problem with it right now? I mean, I know it works. I know it works in 1.16. I wonder if 1.17 is going to change it. Should we try? Let's try. I mean, my Go builds are failing right now for different reasons. So yeah, I mean, I could probably do this. Let's do Go install Pomo. That'll install some stuff. Directory not. Oh well. I mean, I got other problems right now because this is why I did this. I want to be able to see those problems. Oh, I put Pomo. Undefined new.conf in Go line 48 command gox. So this is a different error. So we're gonna take care of it. There is no conf-new anymore. Where's my conf? I can go fix that. Here we go. It's actually no. This is gonna have to change because there's no loading and stuff. But this is what I wanted. So now it's using the right thing, and I can go fix this. Fix me. Change to new conf. But it's not. I never said it was gonna be backward compatible. It was gonna be a breaking change, and I meant that to be the way. So that's what it up. Go mod tidy. Yes, will help clean it up. Uh, go install blah blah latest. It won't compile. Yeah, it will. Did they take the replace click out? I don't understand. We have a person at Twitch telling me that you can't compile with the replace directive in your Mago mod, and I really hope that's true. You're talking about, yeah. I'd have to get rid of some of my other bugs first. So go. Let's try it. Go install, which is the new way of doing it. Yeah. Go mod tidy. Yes, a script that is being executed before commit. Oh yeah, right. Relative path can also be used at the right hand side of replace. Oh my God, don't do that. No, never use relative paths. I don't know about that. Oh, are you talking about in the, okay, whoa. Whew, I'm sorry to overreact there. I thought you were suggesting to use, oh, that was interesting. It dropped it. Oh, I'm in a different thing. Duh. I thought you were suggesting to use it in your imports. It's another gotcha we need to make a video about. People, if you use relative paths in your imports, you will be screwed over at some point. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just don't. Don't use relative paths here. Somebody suggested relative paths, and I thought they were mentioning right here, and I was going to be like, oh my God, you've got to give me more information on that. Golang allows a push to repo but won't compile. Cargo, let's see. Are you saying it won't allow you to push it to the repo with a replace in it? I hope it counts. I hope it catches it. Yeah. Yeah, I know, Vikas. That I know. Yeah. So what I was, he was suggesting you can use relative paths there. I haven't been using relative paths here, but if you wanted to, you could. I mean, I could, if I knew that the rest of my path was the same, I could do this probably. I've never done that, but I guess that's worth knowing about. I mean, I don't understand why that would be a I guess, yeah, okay. Yeah, you could do conf-go like that. Huh. Let me try. So, I mean, we'll find out here. Go build. Yeah. I need to do a pomo stop on that. Get my other pomo in. There. All right. So yeah. It looks like you could do it. Relative is nice, but it would still break. But it's possible to put private ignore rules and info exclude. Oh, you guys are talking about the get ignore stuff? And you're talking about some of the pre-hooks and stuff. I like your idea for the pre-hook though. The pre-hook that says, "Hey, you have a replace in here." That's a great idea. I'm glad you suggested that. So there's some people suggesting that, I mean, you could just do this. You could just do just like a grep in there, you know, grep replace in go.mod. And if it's true, right? So God, that doesn't even take that long. You could do get hooks, pre everything, pre push or pre commit. What would we do? Pre push, right? Probably. What would you suggest? A pre push? Let's do a pre push. I mean, yeah. I mean, you could just warn them, you know, pre push. Yeah, you could do something like this. You could put something in here and say, hey, do you have it in there? One is the remote, two is the URL. Anyway, I mean, there's push that you can put in there. I'm not going to go do it right now. It's pre-commit. Yeah, if you did but see, here's the thing. I actually would probably be doing a lot of commits with it. Oh, right. No, it would just be for that file. Yeah. That's a great idea. Okay, sorry. Yeah, that's much better. Yeah. Let's do that. So get hooks dot pre-commit sample. Let's see. The example is script. I haven't done this in a while. Rename this file to pre-commit. Yeah. Wait, what? Oh, this is just an example. Yeah. So we need to say if blah 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 against equals head. All non ASCII execute 1 to 2 redirects or somewhere parse platform. I wonder if you just return, you just exit 1, right? Yeah, let's do this. Right. So I think you can do this. I mean, let's try this. It might not hurt. So let's say, but how do we know? How do we know what our thing is? I mean, it would be. We need to get the get hosts. I mean, we need to get the name of the file. Is it past the file? Pre-commit, yeah, but does it pass the file? I know we're gonna use grep in there, but git diff. Yeah, I guess you could do it for the whole entire git commit. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. That's a good idea. I see what you're saying. You're saying to just actually do the whole freaking thing. Yeah, let's do that. So let's do git diff grep replace. And yeah, I mean we'll do something here. We'll say get to grep replace, and then we could do I mean this is like really sloppy. If we grep replace, then what? So we could have it be like this. Git diff. No, it'd be git diff and no. What am I talking about? Grep replace and exit 1. That might be it. Yep, that's the only one we would need right there. So yeah, you think it's important to use cache on the git diff? Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, that's not something I normally do, but I probably should. All right, so let's try to commit this. So let's do commit go mod. Well, I haven't added it yet, right? No, it should add it automatically with commit, right? Yeah, commit go.mod. Please enter the commit message. Just testing. There we go. Hook was ignored because it's not set as executable. Whoopsie. So let me try it again. Git commit. It's like there's nothing to commit. God damn it. All right. So I'm gonna kill this branch after this. This is interesting. I want to play with this. So God damn it. All right. So git commit. Oh, look at that. Yeah. I think it failed. Yeah. And that's the grep. Mm-hmm. Yep, we got it. Yep. You could do git grep, git diff cached go dash mod, or we could do the whole entire thing. I think the go dot mod obviously is more precise, right? But see, here's the problem. I don't know. No, the git diff. Okay, I got you. Because the git diff gives you the local location. I've had problems with doing any git commands from lower repos that are not. I mean, the test of this is going to be, can you do this from a subdirectory, right? And that's always been my problem. So if I went into Pomo, I mean, I'm pretty sure you can, but some commands don't do this, like add and commit and stuff. If you're in the subdirectory, it will not go up and add it. You have to indicate it with the path. So what am I doing? Go dot comp mod. We'll go change this back, and we'll do commit, which should not do anything because there's no change anymore. But let's go back and do it. All right, so commit. So git commit. See, I was afraid of this. See, yeah. Right here, forget the executable bit. Oh yeah, I definitely do that all the time. On a hook, I wasn't sure you had to put executable on a hook. I thought it was smart enough to do that on its own. Git was, obviously it's not. So, so yeah, so let's do that. So we've got I mean, there's lots of stuff that I don't know or forget all the time, though. But I don't want anybody to be mistaken on that point. So, so it did not catch it. I mean, that would affect any go.mod file. So even if you had another go.mod, I don't know why you would do that, but if you did, it was. I mean, it still works. So that's a good hook. Let me show the hook again, and then I want to chase down the compilation question. Uh, Somebody else, WMW from Twitch is claiming that you can't push anything with replace in it, and I have never hit that yet. So if that's true, I want to see if that got adopted, when it got adopted, and stuff like that. That's cool. I hope that's true. So pre-commit. So here's the pre-commit. We just repped out the replace out of that. You can push because you use get, yeah. Oh, the X, lol. So here's a little hook you can put in place. I'm actually gonna put this in the notes for this show, if you want to call it that. You won't be able to see it unless you go to the it'll be chopped out of the descriptions in the YouTube video. But put that in there in bash, and that'll prevent it. So I think that's enough for this one. To go install my repo. Why would I? What did you do? Did you make a copy of a repo? Okay, so one more test here. Copy link. You're saying that somebody else won't be imported. I see what you're saying. It did go mod with replace on purpose. Yeah. So let's try something. So this is a little bit harder to test. So I want to test this. So the claim, and I believe it's true, is that you cannot import anything with a replace in the go mod file, that it's now blocked. If that's true, then that would mean that the problem has been addressed, and that's really good. So because otherwise it would have been worse. It would have broke your code and everything, right? So let's try that. So let's do git clone. No, actually, I don't even need that. I can just do foo.go and put a main here, and we can what is in there? What do you got in there? I'm just trying to see what you got in there. Git clone, paste. Yeah. I don't know what's in here first. So this is cool. I like this test. So we got main.go. So there's a string, and he's got some sort of printer of their own, which means I'll have to pull that down to get a good sense of what's in there too. Yep, git clone. Yep. And I guess I want to see what's in here. And a bunch of colors and fun, pretty printing. This regular kind of thing. A lot of people make these. I have my own actually. Go codable. I don't like that. I would rather use I'll talk another day about this. I think you should use escape strings. Anybody that's using function calls to put colors and shit is like a huge waste. But still, looks pretty sane. Nice, pretty printer. Go.mod. So he's got colorable in there. There's no dependencies. 1.14. Okay. Let's go back to this one and look at the go.mod file. So this go is a TTY. Colorable. It says replace pp with home blah blah blah, or let's in this case do let's do, well, there's really no way to know that. Temp/pp. If we're gonna do a true test, I want to do it right. So move pp back to temp, and Go FMT error. What's up? What? Oh. There. All right. So I was right. I didn't realize I had a space there. Okay. So we got that. And heck yeah. Yeah. I don't agree with that at all. You talking about pretty printers? No. What you working on? I'm working on replacing the Go mod. So I think when you do the build, so who gets the install? I mean, it's well, I guess I see what you're saying. So wait, where's my RWX again? So this one is the one that has a Go mod in it, right? So in order to even get this, by the way, this is a good opportunity to tell you about the new not Go Get, but Go Install. If you do Go Get, it has to be in a module that's already got, checksums and require and everything. If as I understand it, if you want to tell somebody to install your thing without having to do anything extra, then you have to tell them Go Install. So, and you have to put the tag at the end. So I have to go look up this one again. So this is your copy of it, right? So Go Install. This is the new way to do stuff in 1.17 and beyond. There's a lot of gotchas for beginners, unfortunately, right now. WMW9/RWX-ROB. So the claim is that if you try to install something with a replace directive, that Go will say, can't do it. This is bogus. And I really hope that this is true, because it wasn't before, and that was a huge problem. So let's try it. So there we go. Oh, this is wonderful. Downloading blah blah blah. Go install latest. The Go mod file in the mod provided name contains one or more replace directives. It must not contain directives that would cause it to be interpreted differently than if it were in the main module. This is fantastic. Yeah, thanks WMW. This, I don't know when they added this. It makes me want to go back and look at it, but I'm super happy you told me that. I was operating under the old assumption that you were not protected from that. You should still not include your replace directive, right? At this moment, by the way, if you ever get this error, you need to immediately open a ticket on the library and say, you've got a replace directive in there, dude, get rid of it. But at least the compiler is like filtering it out and saving you from installing software that would do extremely unexpected, insecure things. So that's good. That's good. I'm really appreciative of that. So that's a couple ways of doing it. So number one, don't do it, right? Get it out of there. Number two, if you don't trust yourself to remember to do it, then go ahead and create a hook, create a pre-hook, a pre-commit hook that checks the cache and see if there's the word replace in there. If there is, it won't even let you commit it. That way you save yourself from the embarrassing error of committing with it in. And if you do on accident commit something with the error in it, just rest assured now, you couldn't before, that's why I was terrified, that the Go compiler will not put, I don't know what version it is that does this. I want to say it's probably 1.16 at least, but it won't even let you use stuff that has been committed with these errors in it. And that's good, because that was not the way it was before. You did it by accident, so that's how you know. Awesome. Okay, so this is great. This is one of the reasons I love having a community here to back me up when we go down these paths, and I do so rather randomly and ad hoc. I don't spend 20 minutes preparing a video for you. I just go make one and let you guys fill in the blanks. So appreciate that. That is how to use the Go replace directive. You can use it without fear. It is a very useful way to do localized development on several packages at the same time. It's totally acceptable to do that. It's meant for that. And so don't be afraid of it. Just make sure you do it right. So I'm trying to show you one that I just did again before we part ways. Box Pomo. So here we go. Go.mod. And I'm sure somebody in the comments section below is gonna add some more insight into this. Maybe somebody from the Go team will chime in. Who knows? But So another thing I learned today is that you can use relative paths here. I don't know that I would do that, but you definitely can do that. It's easier to remember that than having to do the whole, full path there. If you use the same thing again, the replace directive is temporary. I have commented it out on occasion like this. I don't know if it's bad practice to leave commented replaces in your Go mod file. I mean, I don't know that that's a bad thing either, particularly since you're developing on both of them. You can just uncomment that and work on it. So that would probably be like what I would end up doing for that. Um, so that's what we had. Yeah, the Go mod has comments for sure. So you might want to leave some of these around and say, just please leave these alone. These are for localized development. Blah blah blah. I mean, and somebody might want to do that, as opposed to making a monolith. You might want to actually use an actual Git repo, which tends to be my preference these days. So I'm going to end this video right there. Thanks. Okay, so that's the end of that video. I just need to clean it up a little bit. Go mod. I wish Go mod used TOML. Yeah, me too. It has no standard at all. They made their own format for no fucking reason. I completely agree with that. Considering I made the TOML logo. So you're saying that we should use TOML and go.mod. I completely agree. YouTube's gone now, so. I did go look at the commit. I always bring that up. It's like, it was kind of a joke. I was really serious into TOML for a while. I did one of the Ruby INI modules too back in the day. I used to really love TOML. I still like it for the right things. Okay, so learn to replace, use replace and go. Yeah, a lot of people like TOML. Yeah, I like TOML. I like TOML's hands down. It's a far better configuration format than any of the other formats, including YAML. I 100% agree with that statement. Because it's sectional and everything. I love it. I wish that more people had used it as a standard configuration file format. But now we got HashiCorp configuration language, we got HCL, and it's superior. I really think it is. I think it's superior. I use YAML all the time because I have to, but you get, there's problems with indentation, because when you start to get complex configurations, there's only so many indent levels you can use before things get really fucking crazy. And the thing that's so great about TOML is that everything is left justified, and you can make sections. So you can have a section that's for this and a section that's for this, and it's much more contained and organized and easy to understand. I've always liked it. And JSON is meant for rapid communication of structured data. It's not meant for configuration files at all. Never was. Try to do a paragraph in JSON data. Try to write an introductory paragraph in your configuration file in JSON, and then do all the /n escaping for the fucking thing. It's insane. Yeah, it's just, I agree with all those statements. That's why, but it doesn't matter, because, we have a winner. They definitely won. So let me just wrap this one up. So learn to use replace and go mod. Replace the keyword or directive in go.mod allows you to work on several packages with different repos at the same time, or to test changes locally before pushing them. Unfortunately, it is rather easy to leave the replace in your go.mod file and forget and commit it. Until rather recently, that meant other projects, depending on your module, would fail to compile trying to locate your local path on their build machines. These days, Go won't even compile or install the module if there is a replace in the go.mod file. Even so, committing to a production repo with a replace could be embarrassing, so might want to add the following. Was it hooks pre commit hook don't forget to module select, which I did, to prevent any commit of go mod that has the word replace in it, which you could easily modify to check that it isn't commented out. Commented replace should be allowed. All right, so that's it. And then I'm going to put a tag here. Golang tips replace. Yep. That should be enough. Alias fix stuff. Don't do what Jenny says. Schmucks. It's just because I get so fucking tired of typing the dash. That is all it is. I don't, show. So anyway, I think we got our thing here. Oh shit. I didn't. Oh, it did. Okay, that's weird. It just changed. Just a CD. Okay, that freaked me out for a second. I'm gonna upload this video. 11:42. I'm running a little bit late, but let's go back. I'm glad we put that video out there, though. I hope people have a good conversation about that, because that is such a huge thing to discover. It really is. Create, upload videos, selected files. I'm uploading that video just in case you're wondering. In my pending. And then we'll do the whole thing. All right, so while that's uploading, I think it'll take a while. I don't think it turned out it's not under 10 minutes anyway. So I have some changes to make right off the bat. I need to consider this right here. Actually, I have too many windows open, so I got to fix that. I'll change you back. I don't need you. I can change you. Don't need you either. There's some sort of production problem right now at work. I'm trying to follow it. My key VM decided to stop working for some reason. Yeah, I'm trying to decide how much to follow this issue. Yep. Anyway. All right. So we got our changes in there. We need to start fixing things. Yeah, I don't need that one either. Conf-go, we don't need that. I mean, at least I don't think we do. We could do command box pomo. It's just this dumb little program that I made. A happy little program. Don't freak out, but there is a Vim plugin for Maven Java development. Cool. And you can just go mod edit dash replace. What is this? What's up with this? Go mod edit dash replace. What the frick? Go mod edit. Go mod edit. Yeah. And there's a command for that? I had no idea. I had no idea. No, I did not know that. What's up with this JSON shit? Oh my god. This, I have never seen this. I had no idea. I've never ever seen this before. Dash YAML dash print dash FMT. What the hell? Go mod edit dash JSON. Interesting. That is really, really weird. Send it to JQ. Interesting. JQ, you see how they're using like capitals because it's Go? Yeah. I noticed that. That's cool. I learned something today. I did not know about that. Did not know. So index string replace. All right, what we got here? Null. Do. It's like it's weird. It's like nope, can't iterate over a string. Anyway, that's weird. Yeah, that's something. Oh, there's like a power. They're doing power stuff with the nodes. To check for replace? Yeah. It absolutely means that. Yeah. So that could be, yeah, there's the replace directive right there. So that's better than grep, right? Yep. You could do that. That would be a much better hook. So you could do go mod edit. We should probably do a video on this too. This is cool. So if we did, yeah, definitely more structured for sure. And also it doesn't have a grep dependency. So it would work on Windows. It would work on anything. It would work on anything that has a Go build in it. Yeah. I mean, I wonder if Git depends on grep. Actually, you could do Git grep. You know about this, right? This is Git. You could do Git. I don't think Git grep. No, Git grep doesn't do anything in the Git directory. Duh. So that would be a problem. What? How far is it in? How far in it internally is that? I'm trying to sense where this is at. So if it's, okay, so it's the first item, and then it's module, and then we have, so it literally, it would be dot, it would be, yeah, it would be dot replace. Shit. Yep, there it is. There it is. Yeah. Yeah, that's much better. I should probably just write it in the comments. So if I did that, we could do, I mean, let's, what happens if we take it out? So if we do go mod and we comment out, now I can leave the comment in there. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, you seeing that? 0. Yep. Oh, that's a much better hook. You have to have JQ for that, though. Yeah. The results are still the same. You know what we could do instead? We could do has replace. Yep. Can I tell objects as an array key? Okay, fine. We could do dot object as an array key. I think it's this. True. You see that? Yep. I don't think I need that. I think I can just do this. Yep. All right. So go to mod. False. It has a replace. It does not have a replace. I just got rid of it. That's not working. Add replace. I don't know what it is. It's select or has. So it would be, I know there's a has. I just don't know the syntax for it. So, I mean, right now you could just do replace and be done with it. And say if it is replace null, right? But there's better ways to do that. Yeah. If yeah. I mean that's null. Let's put that in the at the end of the video in the show notes. That's actually a great idea. Yep. So that would be, so we could redo it, our git thing, our git config, hooks, pre-hook, pre-commit. You could say, I mean, if you have, you'd have to have JQ. Who doesn't have JQ though? I mean, so you could do, what would it be? It would be, no, it would be git mod edit dash JSON. Yeah. Toml YAML. Yeah, they have, it's not good, but they have one. They need to import JQ to read it all. It's not default on a lot of distros. I know. grep would be there instead of JQ. Yeah, you'd have to do, the problem is that the hook is, I think the hook is going to stay with your commit, right? So the next people who try to commit, it's going to be like, it's not going to work. You don't have a JQ, right? We could do a test. We could say, you know, if type JQ to goes, let's see, dev null, then phi, yeah, exits 0. Actually, yeah, exit, well, all right, so JQ dot replace. Yeah, we could say I mean, we could RV equals all of that. If RV equals null, no, RV RV I don't trust that. So, and exit 0, exit 1. Yep. And then this would just be grep replace. Yeah. I mean, that's another version of it. If you have JQ, yup, commit. Oh shit. Mod is not a git command. I'm an idiot. You can just curl. Yeah, you could, I guess. That would not be wise, but. So that looks like we passed. Actually, no, we didn't have a change, so. Modified, conf-go. Let's see, your branch is blah by 2 commits. Git diff. Fix me. And the conf thing. So let's try it. Let's commit go.mod. Uh-oh, it didn't block it. My thing didn't work. Yeah, it didn't work. I'm gonna try it again. Now since we're committed. If type JQ then we should probably use command. Yeah. We should probably use command. Yes, we should. Was it command -v? I think it is. Yeah, it's better than type. Type does aliases and stuff. I think it's -cap value of path. Yep. That's it. So we should use command -v. I go back and forth between that and which and type. They all work. P JQ. Yep. So we can say this. We can say JQ equals command -p JQ. And then we could just do if that's a subshell, so fine. So we say if -v and JQ, then we have a JQ, and then we over here we could just put JQ. I don't know. Let's try. Let's test it. I'm gonna test it. Echo JQ. What are you doing? Why are you waiting? Oh, because it's waiting for input. Go mod edit JSON. Apparently this is not doing its thing. Command -p JQ. Wait, is that failing? All right. No, that's executing it. I don't want to do that. That's why I don't like this, because it runs it and it always freaks me out. Use the default path for path. No. Command. Execute a simple command or display information about the commands. Yes. Similar to type. Oh, V. V is the one. but you can't use it. It doesn't give you the actual path. Yeah, I thought it was V. It is V. Okay, it is V. Um, yeah, I had a brain like fart there. So V. That's V. Duh. It ran JQ. That's why it didn't work. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I don't like it. So that printed JQ. And then what? Then we're gonna do. So if there was no JQ, no, if there was a JQ, then do this. So the testing here. Okay, so then it's doing just a mod edit. Echo RV. Oh. Null. So there's no replace directive. Alrighty. Is that true? All right, now try. Uh-oh. There we go. Nice. All right. If RV equals null, then exit 0. Otherwise, exit 1. Yep. So we're going to have to git commit this. And actually, I'm going to have to go another change on it. This is good. I'm glad we're doing this, though. This is very useful information. So I have to come back to my other things. So I'm going to do some more of my study. I killed the schedule, though, because I can't promise things are going to start on time. I refuse to be held to that standard. If you happen to be here at the right time, looks, it's good for you to be here. But otherwise, no. Python bash. Yeah. So commit. Let's see, no changes to commit. This is going to actually work because I removed it. This is all on the branch, so I'll just throw this branch away later. So now let's change it again. Now it has it. So, well, I didn't change it. I did change it. Oh, it doesn't tell you why. It doesn't tell you why. So we got to fix that. I got to change that. If I'm going to have this hook in here. And echo 0, exit 1, echo. I'm going to echo replace found in go.mod. And this one will just give it to you anyway. I mean, we got to have some sort of output or say. Oh, wait. Put echo GTFO. Lol. Yeah, I did that. That's what I used to do. My commit hooks. So yeah. Yeah. Yippers. X clip that. And Z edit last. All right. There you go. That's much better. Committing to production of the replace could be embarrassing. It's a minute committing that has a room to replace it. This script checks for JQ and if not found uses grep instead. Yeah, we should probably check to see grep replace and grep -v, I mean that's kind of a big thing. All right, so the reason I did this is because I'm going to commit this as a video. So there's a video up here that has all of this in there. now, and I can go under my uploads, and I can do a sync. Zcast uploads sync, and this will take the last video and synchronize it with my Zettelkasten and provide a YouTube link into the Zettelkasten entry. I love doing that. It took me forever to code that, but not. I mean, it felt like forever, but now I don't have to do it. Now it's all on. The only thing I have to turn on is monetization. So I'm turning monetization on that video, and that video is up. We should probably put that under Go coding though. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. View on YouTube, 31-minute video, and I just started. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna tag it. Save to Go programming. All right, so if you go to my Go programming playlist, you should see it now, and you can see that it has the right stuff. I'm going to go ahead and post that video to Twitter. And we'll put a Golang 100 days of code Golang tips. That's all. That's all. So that's posted. Go programming. Oh, right. Okay. All right. Yeah, nothing on Twitter to really look at besides that. So that's posted. Ooh, we can move on. Unfortunately, the go time is done today. I do want to fix this problem before I leave it, so I'm going to go ahead and keep working on this for a little bit. Before I shut down this video, there's going to be a general Go programming video that encapsulates all of this stuff. That's also going to go here. People who just want to put me on and watch while they do their own coding or whatever. And so this is the fundamental thing that has to change. It is 12 o'clock, so I'm going to take a 5-10 minute break, and I'll be back, and I'm going to finish the Go programming on this. And when that's done, I'll consider doing some more Kubernetes and Cloud Native learning. If you're here for Kubernetes and Cloud Native, just know I've deleted the schedule again. You know, I tried really hard to keep the schedule up to date and to follow the schedule, and I refuse to do it anymore because people just get mad. So if you happen to catch me when I'm on, great, and you're just gonna have to know my general habits and come check in on me if you want to. But and I'll do good with notifying you through notifications through Twitch and through Twitter. Through Twitter when stuff is happening. So that's just to calm the masses out there that are kind of getting upset that I. But give me let's take 5 minutes and I'll be back. Hopefully I'll be back in 5 minutes. I need to make more coffee. Give me a second. I like TView and CView for two apps. I actually sponsor one of those projects. Hi. You figured it out. You're in the middle of a video, but I know the mic is muted because my wife was talking to me about her stuff, about her studio. Um. Oh, we got some comments here. Let's see. Building two apps. As I said, a CView and TView and T-Cell. Yeah, T-Cell is pretty fucking awesome. It's not Curses based, but it'll use it if it has it. It's pretty neat. Speaking of self-hosting and digital independence, Vice recently wrote an article about it. Self-hosters taking back the internet one server at a time. I think the image shows the hardware Turing, what is it? TuringPL.com, a Pi cluster, especially advertising for Kubernetes. However, it's on ARM architecture. Huh. That's super interesting. I'm going to have to share that with everybody. So this comes from Lewis on Twitch. This is pretty good article. I'm gonna have to go read it. I've been saying a long time that my dilemma with cloud. I mean, we're kind of shifting to cloud here a little bit. Maybe we should just do that. Maybe I should just shift over to cloud for a while and let the Go stuff go, and I'll come back to the Go programming tomorrow. Let's do that. So if you're watching on YouTube for the Go programming, I'm going to shift over to cloud stuff right now because that's a good segue into it. And I'll be doing Go programming sometime this weekend. Just keep watching. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to tell you exactly when that is. It generally is in the morning with that. But if I put a solid time down, people get mad at me. So can we stream on Twitch on cloud? Yeah, no. You wouldn't want to do that anyway. I mean, from not my physical machine. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, you can. Technically, you could, but you have to have in order to stream, you have to have a graphics driver. So I don't know how that would do that. You'd have to have a graphic user interface. OBS doesn't do it. There might be another way to stream straight from the TTY and convert it to, but that'd be like really crazy. Go containers. What's the best practice for Go containers? Compile the code within the image during the build via Docker file, or just copy it in already compiled. I copy the compiled in, and I've seen other people do the same thing. So yeah, I guess this is still Go related. Could you show on YouTube? Could you show how to run tests in Go standard libraries? Yeah, we've been doing that a lot already, but I'm not gonna. I mean, so yeah, we have there's lots of video of me doing tests, so I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. Let's yeah, that's a tough one. Okay, so this is something you need to learn about. If you're new to the stream, the only organized content I'm ever going to have on the stream ever is going to be stuff that goes with the boost badges or these one-off recorded videos. So I don't feel inclined to do a video on the entire Go test framework right now. We need to break that down into pieces, Jamal. I'm happy to do it, but we need to break it down into pieces because it's more than just one thing. It's like multiple things at once, right? What am I developing right now? Right now, I'm just doing a Go tool. It's just a simple little tool, and then I did a configuration library last 2 weeks. You can go watch it on YouTube. It's in the conf-go playlist. So right now I'm in the middle of porting this to use my new module. So my new configuration module, and it doesn't have it has a new map. So I'm going to call this M. And There is no error returned. It does pull it up from wherever it got it. If I remember right, let me go check. Conf-go. And we're going to look at this conf-map.go is where the new one is. This is all the testing is, by the way. So if you want to go look at this repo, here it is, github.com/rbxrob, conf-go. If you want to see about how to do testing, the testing is in there. Just a quick overview of testing. So the built-in Go testing has two types of tests: example tests and non-example tests. I put all of my tests as examples first if I possibly can, because it becomes as documentation as well. To do an example test, you just have to have an output line and then lines that are going to be output from the stuff up top. It uses a reflection to do it, and that way you can demonstrate how to use the thing and remind yourself how to use it. So that's what I'm doing. And so there's no error to check here. I can get rid of that. I don't have to do a load. It does a load by itself, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it gets loaded all by itself. I don't remember though. I think load is the new. I have to go check. So then we do. I mean, I don't know if I want to do config here, if I want to do SC, but I'm gonna have to change all my code. So I don't think we need a load either. I think it gets loaded automatically. So length of args, switch args, stop, and we'll do c dot save. Oh, that's right. We don't have a set and save, so I might have to go look at that. We have a set, but I don't think it saves it when it does it. Yeah, in fact, I know it doesn't. So we have a set, right? So the set just sets the value, but it doesn't save it. We need a set and write or whatever. Reader, writer. So I'm gonna have to change some things here with parser. So that's all there. Map struct new. All the set home, set file stuff. Yep, which can all be changed. So we have a set, but we don't have a set. Oh, we do have a write. So set does write automatically. Interesting. Okay, that's good to know. And write is actually locked, but it's not locked across the system. That's very cool. All right, so that's covered already. Yep, write file, MD unlock. Yep. So as long as it's in the same namespace, but this does not have file system locking at any level. So we'll do that. So actually, I don't have to do that. I can just do set. I can just set POMO up to that duration. I can just do c.set POMO duration args1, c.get POMO duration, c.set POMO duration, parse duration. Nope. Up now, add format RFC, c.set to up, c.set to POMO, c.set this. And so this is going to be my first real test of this. So c.path. So that tells you where the file lives. And I do believe we kept that. I think it was the path. File. There it is, path. Okay. So c dot get POMO up. So yep. NT time parse up. C dot get POMO emoji. C dot get POMO emoji blink. Sub round time seconds. All this stuff. All right, that should compile now. So go install POMO. Bull crap. It's right there. Oh. All right, which Pomo? Pomo. Pomo start. Interesting. So something's not right with the config. You look up in Pomo. Pomo. Tab. Help. Pomo. Start. Pomo. Yep, it's not doing it. This is just a Pomodoro timer. File, that gives me the file that it's using, which is probably empty. Okay, just the duration. Pomo uptime. It's cool. Looks like it's working. It's still not printing it though. So I don't know what's up with that. We gotta figure that out. Less than 30 seconds. Oh, this is why. Because it doesn't have a duration set. Yeah. I don't think the duration was set by default. I think that's the problem. Duration set to Pomo duration args1. I didn't see one, did you? Oh, there is. 25 minutes. All right, so Pomo duration. Index out of range, one with length. So, I mean, we got some other code we could probably fix it. So, for example, this duration, if we have duration, we don't have an argument, then, yeah. If the length of arguments is greater than 0, switch args 0. Yeah, this would only be if it has a 1. So this code can all be cleaned up. I did this really fast. So you can say if length of args is greater than 1, then do this. Yeah, because that's going to set the duration. But otherwise, we're just going to print the duration. Actually, no, we're going to say if the length of args equals 1. How about that? So then the default behavior will be, if the length of args is 1, then just print it, right? So c dot, yeah, I can just do fmt println c dot get Pomo duration and be done with it. So that would be, actually that would be it. Return error. Yeah, we don't need to return anything here. If that's it, then that's all we're going to do. Just return. Up get c to Pomo up parse time. Nope. So return. And I don't think we have any, oh, we have an error. Yeah. So return null. All right, build that. Go do that. Which Pomo? Uh-oh. That means it's not fetching it properly. That's not good. So, yeah. That's not good. That means we have a bug in the system. I would probably keep this one up. I'll go put this one as our test. Go install Pomo duration. Still nothing. That's not good. That is not good. I mean, That's not good. That's not good at all. So this is why we have to have two things open. So that means the get is failing. And we have to figure out why that is. So new conf map. I actually want to do some things here. I want to do c.print. It's kind of a debugger thing. Yeah. Leave you there. Leave you here. Nope. Doesn't make sense at all. That doesn't make sense. I don't know. Maybe I'm counting the arguments wrong. Let's check. Actually, no, let's just print the args. Homo duration. Yep, that was it. One argument. That should have worked. I could have swore we had a print statement in there, don't we? Map.go print. We do. That means it's empty. That means it's empty. That's not good. That's not good. How's it going? Better than using a plain editor if you want to. I fucking hate VS Code for the Go programming. A lot of people love it. If I were going to use a graphic editor, I would use Goland. But I code C in VI too, so. What about C++ versus Rust? Will Rust overtake C++? No. It's a joke. No. The answer is no. The end. So doing Go VS Code, yeah. All right. Back to what I was doing. I'm just debugging this. For some reason, my argument lengths are not kosher here. I feel like this is getting run though. You can also do this. It's a little bit easier to write. It's not, long-term sort of solution, but made. So that means I'm getting in there. And the print's failing, so that's a big deal. That means my conf map's not doing what it's supposed to. I think it's because it's not being loaded, actually. And I think that's a problem with the way I changed it. I don't think it loads until you tell it to load. Yeah, if I remember right. Right, see this, it doesn't. It sets all the base values and everything, but it doesn't load until you tell it. I probably should have it load by default. Just cause I should probably run read on it. There's no read call on a new one. See what I'm saying? Yeah. The problem with read is if I call read on it and it's not there, it's going to be like, I don't know what you want to do. So this is good. This is good testing. No, it's always the answer. So we're going to do, I'm trying to decide whether to have new map do an implicit read. And I don't know. That's kind of magical. Being magical is generally a bad idea. So, but this is a configuration library, so a little bit of magic kind of saves you. I mean, already it's doing magic, assuming where you're at and everything, right? So yeah. I mean, I don't know. This is a tough one. So let's think about this. So It's a design decision we have to think about. Bonjour. Um, New map struct. We have a map. We imply the home, and we apply the executable name and the file name. We imply all three of those things, but we don't check for the existence of those things. And that's what's a little tough, because they might not exist, right? So, but this is meant to be kind of a useful thing. So when we do any set or get, we actually write the values, and that is working. So when we do a write, it creates the file if it doesn't exist. So, yep. And it makes a directory if it doesn't exist. So any write operation will automatically do everything we need to do. So do we want it to pop into magical life when we do new map, conf.new map? I think it probably should. That's what the other one was doing. This is meant to be magical in that regard. But the problem with that is if we do that, then there's no not doing it. If we put it into new map, there's no way to get a map without initializing a new file at the default location. And so people don't have an opportunity to go in here and change up the specs and location when they get a new one constructed that they might want to change before they actually load the thing. And I would think that's a bad idea. So I'm going to refrain against that. That's going to mean that we're going to need to call read on this return value. And honestly, it might be nice if we had read return more than just an error. I think it returns an error now, right? Yeah. So the thing about the read file is that the read file doesn't create the file if it doesn't exist, right? So yeah, we need, I think we need an initialized file or something. I think we need another one that's called init, and then that just, it like creates the file and everything. I mean, you could do that with write, right? That seems like a lot to put in. These are design decisions, so it's gonna take me a while. The way I'm thinking about doing it, we'd have to do this. You'd have to do write to write it out, right? And that would initialize it. And then you'd be good to go after that. So we have to make sure. Yeah, we would have to do. Yeah. If error does not equal nil. See, well, we already have error defined, so we could do error c.write if error does not equal nil, return error. And that will be printed. That will get displayed. So I think we have to do that actually, because we don't want to force people to create new files. That's like, we want to allow them to do that. Initialize new file at default location. So I don't know if those are going to be there. This is the Go version of the Pomo timer that I'm just using to test my conf.go -go module. It's my first practical port from the old conf that uses JSON to the new one. So I'm kind of in user space right now making the conversion. So, I mean, I have the Pomo timer is entirely implemented in Bash and command-pomo. cmd-pomo if you want to go in my repo. That's the one that's entirely in Bash and works wonderfully. This Go version will be compatible with that version because it uses the same configuration map. Yeah. Need to exhaust of locking the file in a way operators can observe if they wish. No, the sync mutex doesn't do it. So the question from Twitch is, If we were to use sync.rw mutex, would that stop other operating system stuff from? No. So this is the thing. I'll just give you a quick overview of sync and mutex operations and regional rights. I've talked about this at length in other Go videos, but the locking mechanism, the m.lock, this m.lock is a sync mutex, same thing as lock. And as the mutex, you mentioned read write mutex. I went ahead and used a generic mutex, so it locks on read and write. I could use both. It doesn't matter. The problem with that is that only applies to everything in the current runtime space, memory space. So it's easy to confuse that when you're a beginner, but anybody who's been coding for any amount of time knows that any locking or semaphores or any of that stuff that you do, concurrency checks, everything within a single program only applies to everything running in that program. And you still need that, right? If you have concurrency inside of your program, you need to lock down those files so you don't have two files running at the same time inside of the same program. But there is no guarantee whatsoever that some other program entirely outside of the space of your application could be doing it, even if it's the same exact library and uses a mutex as well and uses the same struct. Why? Because that other program has an entirely different memory space and runtime. It's as if it's two completely independent things, and both of them are using the same file system underneath, and that's where things get really hairy, because any process, shell, go, whatever, C, they're all in contention for writing to that same file. And so it's a very, very long, convoluted way to talk about this. Every operating system does concurrent file locking and file writes differently. And it depends on the operating system at that point, right? As far as I know, there is no there's no method within the Go library, it would probably be under OS if it were, that ensures atomic file writes, reads and writes on all operating systems. So, and by the way, that would be phenomenal if they actually did do that. That would be really crazy hard to maintain, because every operating system deals with file locking and file concurrency differently. Most of them don't do it at all on Unix. There is no locking whatsoever. So there's var run lock, and there's a thing called flock. It's a syscall that you can lock a file, and as long as all of the processes use the same lock on the same file, they can concurrently use that as a semaphore. But that is entirely outside of the scope of a single program. That just means that every single program that needs to have concurrent access to a particular file needs to observe this method of system locking by using var run and using flock. But along comes some random bash script that doesn't do any of that, and you have no protection against that, because the operating system does not guarantee file level concurrency. Now, there's some practical things about this. So we know that most Unix systems have buffering, so each line gets written per the buffer. If you're not messing with buffering, you're not going to get corruption if everything's writing to the same file and they're dumping their buffers in the same way. It's very likely that you're not going to overwrite. That's how so many things can log to the same file. They can log to the same file and they won't overwrite each other in the middle of the line because of the buffering that's provided by the file system. And so you get a lot of processes that will log to the same file, and tailing or appending to a file is pretty safe to do in Unix land. But it's not guaranteed. If somebody comes along and decides to flush their buffer ahead of time before there's a line return, your logs will get fucked up and corrupted. And I've seen this. Before. So it's the whole idea of having concurrent processes write to a single file. Process means a running program in a different memory space. I mean, they have the same shared memory up top, but and they can have cross-process shared memory for inter-process communications and stuff like that. But that's irrelevant, because it's all about how do we write to this file. So you really have to say, this is my file. Nobody else should be messing with it, but you're trusting every other application to not mess with the file. And that's what, actually, to tell you the truth, it's one of the biggest complaints I have about this, the entire computing environment in general, is this has never been solved. I mean, as far as I know, Windows tried to make it so that you can't read or write a file unless you own it. And I think that's the thing still. But as far as I know, at least in the Unix world, there's never been a safe way to lock a file for concurrent reads that's maintained by the kernel. So this is why you have databases say, look, I just want block level storage. Don't give me a file at all. Give me one big massive blob of storage space, and I'll manage my own locking. Thank you very much. And then it just as far as the rest of the system's concerned, it's a big file. But as far as that database is concerned, it's a seekable block of storage that can be jumped around in and optimized and all that jazz. And then it manages all of its own read writes without any file system interaction other than the bare minimum to point the spindles where they need to be or whatever. There's no spindles, but hey Rob, I have one old Go lib. Could you quick a look at it? No. I don't look at people's stuff. I'm sorry. I'm a bad person. I'll do my stuff. You can look at my stuff if you want to. I just don't have time. I'm sorry. If I get in the business of looking at everybody's Go code, I'll never come up for ever. I mean, just explaining stuff takes too much. It's nothing personal. I just I'm kind of feeling grumpy today because this is what happens. This happens every time. It's like a cycle. It's like a cycle for me. It's like I'll start to overstretch in my streaming. So I'll stream everything. I'll stream my guitar. I'll stream my gaming. I'll stream, stuff. I'll have a great schedule. This is a cycle. So if you want to be a streamer, maybe beware of the cycle. And I get really productive and I get really motivated to do all these streams and all these great things. And then it just wears on me. And then, because then I started feeling like I have to do it. It's like, if I don't do this, people are going to yell at me. And they do. And then they start yelling at me, and I'm like, "Why the fuck am I doing this? No one's paying me a dime." I mean, they are. Some people are sponsoring me, but I'm not going to do it for the money. So then I get really pissed off, and I go away for 2 months. And I've done it. I've done it twice. Taniwa's been here long enough to see me do this, right, Mr. 18-month subscriber? Taniwa's seen me do this. You see me walk away for like 2 months at a time, and just like, I don't want anything to do with this anymore. This is fucking lame. Because what value am I really producing? Blah 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 blah. And again, and then I kind of get back into the. They think they're intelligent. It's not just that, but look, I don't want to sound too negative. I'm just saying it's a cycle. It's a cycle. You got the same feeling with some game streaming. Yeah, and then you're a game streamer, then they expect you to be on at that time, and they expect as soon as people start throwing expectations that you built the expectations. It's my fault. It's not your fault that you wanted me to be there when I said I was going to be on my schedule. It's my fault for saying I was going to be there. It's the truth. It's not you. It's me. But then you're like, okay, if it's me, then how do I fix this problem? Well, then I just get rid of every expectation possible. And if you happen to catch me, awesome, and then people they're like, it'd be really great if we knew what you were doing when you were going to do it. That would be awesome. I'm like, yeah, that would be great. Let's try a schedule. And then I try a schedule again. And then I fight with Google's scheduling not working. And then I fight with Twitch's schedule not working. And I write an entire notification system that nobody looks at. And I waste all this time building all these great things because I'm all motivated and positive. And then the same cycle comes up again every time, every single time. So I just got to tell you, just warning you, right now I'm in the trough of like, I don't give a shit. I want to go run and spend time with my wife and family. And I love streaming. You guys know I do. I do. People know that I love streaming. They know that I learn from it. Just be you and Cypher ask. No, and I'm not. This is nothing to you, denial of service dog. You just happen to ask the question. Is it making any sense? Yeah. So when people ask me to look at their code and stuff, my answer is, I would love to be able to look at everybody's code, but I can't. I mean, there's just no way. According to Const Imperative, what if I did it? What if everybody did it? If everybody asked me to look at their code, I couldn't do it. So I don't want to do things that are, and then this just causes me to drop Discord and a whole bunch of stuff, because then like the trolling that happened last week or 2 weeks ago was so bad that I was like, this outweighs the value provided by this Discord server at that point. So that's all I got to say. I'll get back to doing something useful here. Taniwa says, we see the same problem in open source programming. People feel entitled to the developer's time. Oh my God, fix this bug or else I'm going to stop using your free program. And we sit here searching, scratching our heads thinking, what am I being threatened by? Some rando I've never met isn't paying my bills, and now they're going to call me out on my horrible code in open source. It's called burnout and work-life balance. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, I didn't need to hear that, but yeah. You don't know Go? Well, watch and you'll learn. Just try some Go. Perhaps some channel points, and see YouTube comments. Can I see YouTube comments? Yes. Are you the same person who just said I don't go? I don't go. I watch YouTube comments. Yeah. I look at not the comments. You're talking about the live stream stuff, right? Somebody in Twitch asked if I see the YouTube live stream chat. I do. I turned it back on, but I tell you what, if it gets abused again, I'm gonna turn it right the fuck back off because it keeps getting abused. People abuse this shit all the time, and I'm like, I ain't got time for this shit. Yeah, you want to troll me and take down my stream? I'm very, easy to take down. I just found something called mandatory file locking for the Linux operating system, which seems to be the opposite of the more common advisory look. Yeah. It requires that a partition is mounted with a special parameter. Yeah. Exactly. Who wants to mount a file system partition with a specific parameter just to get file level concurrency? No, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen in the real world. The real world, you put your locks in there, you make sure that you use the unique file name, and then you just pray to God that nobody violates that. I hate to say it, but that is Unix file locking. So here we have a write. So the set actually does a write. Yeah. So initialize new file at default location. So yeah. The problem with this write is that it will be blank. So I actually need to do a read first. No, I need to do a read. I need to see if it's there. I probably should do conf.sync. Yeah, I need to do that. Let's do that. I'm going to do comp sync. That makes sense. I got to add this. So the sync is going to grab it and or write it. That's a new thing I have to add. Out of order creation dates. Oh my God, yes. Yes. And new map.sync. For fun, we could actually have sync. I'm going to make sync something special. It's going to return nil if it doesn't exist. Otherwise, it's going to return. No, that's too magical. Too magical. Too magical, Rob. Error equals sync if if error does not equal nil. No, this is the right way to do it. I just don't like having to write the extra code. We should probably have another variation on the constructor. I think that's probably better. Yep. I mean, I don't know how it's any less effort. I still am going to have to check the error condition. No, this is the right way to do it. Yeah, c.sync error equals c.sync. Yeah, I'm glad I'm doing it this way now. Return the error. This is going to be better, yeah. Yeah, yep. I made a couple of PRs for Command Box Poma a while back, but I guess they got outdated. Yeah. No, Henry, your contributions are still on there. I saw you on there. Yeah. Yeah, we have a new thing we have to add here though. So we're going to have to add sync. So where's the read write? So I'm going to have to add it as a yeah. synced. It's synced. It's syncable. It's a syncable. It's a syncer. It has a syncer. Does it have a getter and a syncer? It has a syncer. This is the hardest part. Syncer implements a sync method that will detect a configuration file of the structure that implements, that's a sync method that will synchronize the state of the structure with some persisted state of that structure. If, let's see, if no persisted state yet exists, it will sync will initialize it. To an empty state. Yep. Type sync syncer interface. Yep. Sync implements implements a sync method that will synchronize the state of the structure with some persistent state of that structure. If no persistent state exists, sync will initialize it to an empty state. All right, that's enough. So then I can put syncer here. Now I need to implement syncer. Sync.map. No. No. You don't ever want to use sync.map. Ever. You know that, right? Do I need to tell you why you don't need to want to ever use sync.map? Just go read the instructions on it. It'll tell you. You should never use it. I'm just going to say don't ever use it. 99.9% of the time when you want to use sync map, you're using the wrong thing. Do not use sync map. All right, I'm going to say it again. I might have to make a video on this. I think I need to make a video about this. I'm going to make a video about this. I'm going to make a video about this really quick because this is such a problem that people keep using it and they keep blowing up shit. Go doc sync that map. They think, oh, hey, look, I found a concurrent map. Awesome. And they don't read the fucking docs. No offense. So map is a go, but it's safe for concurrent use in multiple go routines, additional logging coordinate. Load, stores, and deletes run in amortized constant time. The map type is specialized. Most codes should use a plain Go map instead, with separate locking and coordination. For better type safety and make it easier to maintain a variance of other map and long content. The map type is optimized for two use cases: when the entry for the given key is only ever written once. But, okay, I'm going to do this right now. I'll make a video. I want to make it again. I may have made it already. I mean, nope. Zcast dot start. Do not use sync dot map. I'm gonna put exclamation points because of reasons. All right, so here comes a video. Are you ready? We're gonna get a video. We're gonna do a video. Right. All right. So, thank you for the reminder, though. Hi, YouTube. All right. So, I'm sitting here coding Go again, And I don't think anybody mentioned it like in, somebody mentioned sync.map to me as a way to get around this. And I was like, so we've been talking about concurrency a lot today and about a lot of complications that I don't want to get into. First of all, concurrency is only established within the same runtime, right? That means the same inside the same process. It doesn't guarantee some other process isn't going to mess with your file. That's file system locking. It's a different thing. But the reason that I'm making this conf, which I think I have open right now. So the reason I'm making this conf-go thing and I have all of these locks and stuff in here, and I've done all of this and I have an internal map struct. And this is not the first time. I mean, a lot of people have done this, right? So here's my solid thing. I embed a mutex, which has a read write. I could do a read write mutex if I wanted to, but in this case, it's so trivial that I don't need a read write mutex. I can just use this one. So this is the proper way to do this. And that's not my opinion. You can read book after book that'll tell you the proper way to implement concurrency in your maps, which are not concurrent by default. Go maps are not concurrent. And if you're wondering why a read operation on a map is not concurrent, you have to understand the hashing algorithms that are implemented in order to optimize read calls to the map so that when it fetches, keys, that it can look at a cache first. A cache is written, righted. So that's why read maps are a problem. Okay. They are a real problem. So people think that maps are safe for reading as long as they don't write to it. That's a lie. That's a total lie. Don't ever go on that assumption. You should never use a map in Go, period, that has anything to do with runtime concurrency without some method of ensuring concurrency. And the simplest, of course, is to embed a mutex and then have something that wraps it. So here's my map down here that I lock and change. I got some metadata on the top of the map. It's a very common idiom, by the way. This is not original. I mean, people have done this a lot all over the place. And then you put a mutex in there, and you just make sure that when you do your read and writes and stuff that you lock it. So this is the way to do this. So this video is not about the right way to do it. It's about the wrong way to do it. But I want to show you the right way first. So the right way to do this is to embed a lock, and then you go ahead and you set your lock and you lock it, and then you defer the unlock. This is very idiomatic Go. The defer the unlock is up front. Sometimes you might want to wrap it like I've done here. And then because I want to do another operation, this write operation has a read write lock in it as well. The defer would not work here because in fact, this would cause lock contention because the write also has a lock in it. And if I had done that defer, it would have done it after it would have called it, and the defer happens after the whole function finishes. So it would have tried to call write, and then it would have already had it locked, and it would have been a contention. It would have blocked. So sometimes you want to wrap it. Sometimes you want to defer it like this. If you don't have any question about whether there's going to be locking going on, you can do this kind of idiomatic way of doing it. That's the right way to deal with a map that you want to add concurrency. So yeah, and so the way that people. So beginners coming to Go all the time. So you're like looking for a concurrent map. You find out maps are not concurrent. You're sort of pissed off because God, I want, everything is just concurrent in X and Y language or whatever. But, and so you go out looking there, and sure enough, you're like, you find sync.map. All right. And this is your first mistake, is like not reading the docs about it. So we're going to actually read the docs about sync.map. And it's going to become really clear why you should never use it. There's the isolated use case for wanting to use this is so tiny that you should probably just never do it and always do your own encapsulated map that you have full control over, because you have control at that point, right? Yes, you have to write getters and setters and all that stuff. Unfortunately, you still have to do that, right? Unless you're going to expose your own locks and let your users lock it or whatever, but whatever. So map is like a Go map interface, but it is safe for concurrent use by multiple Go routines without additional locking coordination, loads, stores, and deletes some more context time. My stepson showed me this video of a really great YouTuber. I forgot his name though, who was just going off. He made a video where he deliberately did a test, and he did in the first 30 seconds of the video, he deliberately said the wrong thing. And then the entire 15-minute video after that is talking about the right way to do it. And his comment fields were chock full of people throwing him out, unsub, you stupid idiot, all this stuff, because they didn't watch more than 30 seconds of the video. And that is exactly the kind of mentality people have going into this. They read the first paragraph and they leave. They leave. They think it's all fine. They think, oh yeah, this is what I want. And they're often running and they're coding it and they're coding it wrong. And you're not going to do that because you watched this video and you made it to this second. The map type is specialized. Most codes should use a plain, there it is. Most codes should use a plain Go map instead, with separate locking or coordination. And by coordination, you can do concurrency with, channels, and there's lots of other ways, but locking is the simplest for most people to get their head around. For better type safety and to make it easier to maintain other variants along with the map content. So once again, it's a better idiom. They tell you right in the docs, in the standard documentation, don't use this. You probably don't want it. You probably want a regular old struct that embeds a mutex and a map, and then you have more control of the whole thing. And then it says, this particular map, the first line should say, don't use this, agreed, Taniwa. The map type is optimized for two common use cases, neither of which are going to be common. When the entry for the given key, so let's say foo equals bar, right, is only ever written once. Nobody reads this. So this map, you can completely dismiss this map type unless you're creating a map where you only want to write the value one time, in which case you probably should use a constant. I have no idea why this thing is even in the standard library. I really don't. But read many times. Okay, so this particular map has been optimized to be read many times, but only written once. So you write it once and then you read lots and lots of times. So the underlying hash code is there to do that, as in caches that only grow. Now, that is a model that you might need, but it's not the model you think you want. Most of the time you want like a Redis, kind of implementation inside of your code. You just want key value store, and that's what I'm making. That's what conf-go is. Or two, when multiple Go routines read, write, and overwrite entries for disjointed sets of keys. In these two cases, use of map may, I love this, may significantly reduce lock intention compared to Go map, to a Go map paired with a separate mutex. So there are these like really isolated performance cases where you've got really intense concurrent reads going on data that has never been written more than once. That's what this thing was done. So underneath the hood, in case you're wondering, this has got an entirely different hashing algorithm that's been implemented in order to not only do that, but it's also been hyper optimized for reads. Can you use it for generic, run of the mill sorts of things? Yeah, you can. But it says right there that you shouldn't. So the zero map is empty and ready for use. A map must not be copied after first use. Did you see this? You can't copy the map. You can anyway, because maps are references anyway. But so there's a million reasons, not a million, 3, not to use this. So don't do it. Just say no. Just say no and do what I talked about at the beginning of the video. I'm reading comments there for a second. But yeah, and if you have performance issues, yeah. So if you had performance issues due to lock contention, okay, then you do some benchmarking on that, and then you say, I wonder if sync.map can help us with this specific case. And at that point, you're like so far down the road of your development that you're no longer thinking, I wonder if I should use this map up front. So the default decision up front is use a map with an embedded mutex and, read a get and set interface that allows you to change the values. Just do that and you'll be happy and good. Life will be good. Enough of that video. Map is populated on runtime, never written again, but read many times as long as the present context. Is there better than doing your own lock mechanism? That's true. Yeah. When people get told, don't do this, it is bad, and they hear, you should totally do this because you know better than everyone else. Don't do this, it is bad, and all the, yeah. Well, they'll do that. Look, people don't have to listen to anything I say. That's the great thing, right? So don't copy that floppy or copy that map. It's why I need to use more reverse psychology. I probably should. I probably should use more reverse psychology. So here, I've got to actually copy the second paragraph. Um, yeah. Wait. Go dog sync map. Yeah. Here we go. Oh wait. S keys. Go doc sync dot map. How about I just give him the docs? How about that? Okay. People. Paragraph of the docs. Read past. Make a patch. Everything is permitted. Uh-huh. Do 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 do. All right. In go. Alrighty, I think that's good enough. Tags. Golang tips. Golang tips. Sigh. All right. Let me go publish that video. I'm doing them slower these days. I'm going to the uploads and then uploading it, and then I'm, it's 1 o'clock already. Shit. Let's see, but I still think your use case is correct. Map is populated at runtime and never written again, then yeah. Absolutely. If it's populated at runtime and you never ever do any writes to your map, absolutely. Yep. And without caring about it, if the use case match, they don't care enough to notice the issue in the first place. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Because honestly, making your own, making your own struct that embeds it is a pain in the ass. Because if you do it right, you've got to make a setter or getter interface, and then you've got to implement a struct that you got to do a constructor that returns a struct that implements the interface, and then you've got to make the struct that embeds the mutex and has the embedded map. I mean the Golang map. So it's you're right. People don't want to do that because it's work, but that's the right way to do it. And so they end up using sync map. I should probably have mentioned that, but that's probably why it gets used a lot. They're used to whatever, in their other language. It's funny though, because I mean, this is one of the annoying things, the pain points, than my own implementation for that specific situation. So the situation you're describing is exactly what sync map was made for. But most people who make maps don't do that. They make maps because they want to change the values. On runtime and never written again. Yeah. Many times as long as it's present in context. Yeah, I see what you're saying with the context. Are you passing your map with your context? Probably, right? Sometimes I hate context. I really do, because they get so abused. You're not supposed to pass data through context. You know that, right? People do it all the time because, oh, hey, look, it's a synced up map, compliant, read many times, write once method of passing data along with my context. Yeah. If you're passing a map in your context, I would suggest you need to look at other things. And I passing data in a context is an anti-pattern, and I'm not the one saying that. There's been lots and lots of people say that. Doesn't matter. There's tons of production code in all of Cloud Native and in the standard library even that fucking thumbs its nose at that and does it anyway. And I don't like that. That's the reason I don't like. There's so many reasons that I don't like context, because this is why I'm so afraid of generics, by the way. Okay, so I want to like generics. I like what they are. But anytime the Go team, anytime the Go team says this is an escape hatch, it's a last resort. It's the first fucking thing they pick to use in userland, and I'm so tired of it. I've seen it so much that I don't think people are going to use generics properly, and they're going to blow the shit out of everything, just like they did with context and sync map. Yeah, dude, if you let people do dumbass things, they will do it. And this just makes people like argue for Rust longer, because they say, well, Rust prevents you from doing dumbass thing, which is also a lie. Compiled to Go 1 code. Compiled to Go 1. Do they really? I did not know that. Yeah, it's custom context, which implements context, but more as a session. Yeah. Yeah, and the session stuff is I don't know. It's hard. Yeah. I know why people do it with context. I probably would too, because it's way easier than building your own concurrency model with channels and shit. Right? I mean, the whole point of context is like this drop dead simple way to pass state in a way that's reliable and everything, right? Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, and I haven't coded any large scale, like multiple hit a lot of times sort of things with context. So, I mean, the reason that they allowed context to pass data in the first place is for that particular use case. So it's the reason that they made sync maps the same thing. So sync maps with context, I think that's actually a pretty good model. I would probably be inclined to do that myself. Yeah, because you're just communicating to the stuff that's using your context. So you don't give a shit about anything else, right? But you do want to, I mean, the thing that's cool about that too is, I mean, is a sync map passed by ref? It must be. I'm assuming a sync map is passed by ref. So they could actually add to the map and add their data and then gather up the data for the session. And then that would be available to anybody who's using that context. You create a session context with available attribute map, which is sync map. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That to me that's a really legit use of it, because in that case you're going to have a ton of copies of the map too, right? Because every single, I mean, I don't know. I need to know if context is using pass by ref or it's duplicating the map every time. I imagine it's pass by ref. I haven't used sync map that much to know. I assume it is. Because if it's pass, what I want to know is if you fire off a context and send it to like everything down the line, right? And that context has got a sync map associated with it. If the children, if the, whatever you want to call them, if the consumers of the context are changing values in the sync map, they're adding to the values, that's fine, right? And that actually is probably a pretty good model, because you're going to have a lot of middleware and shit that's going to be adding. It's going to want to add on new information and pass it on to its children and stuff. It's like basically passing an environment, right? And at that point, a sync map would make a lot of sense because then the keys are fixed. The keys to the sync map are fixed. Yeah. I mean, you probably have, if you're going to do that, you probably have to make a new context, I'm guessing. Like if you have a multi-layer middleware application, they can't not be mutated, right? Keys are fixed. Yeah, but you can add a new key, right? See, that's what I'm thinking. I'm glad you stayed with me on this because this particular model makes sense. Most people are not going to want to use this though. So if you have a ton of middleware, that's a high performance middleware, and it has to communicate, and the communication is always from top down to the middleware to anything that's down below that, and you have a number of key value pairs that you need to communicate, and you can't do it with an environment, then a sync map makes sense because I'm just passing environment on at that point. You're just passing environment basically. You're passing read only environment, and that's a real sound use of it. But yeah. The comments are going to be filled with exceptions to this, and that's probably good. People can go read them. But that's not a common use case. Maybe it's a more common use case in the middleware world. I'm just trying to think. It's definitely not for a configuration file. Most people who reach for sync map are looking for some sort of configuration file. They're looking for a configuration file. That's what they're trying to do. Most, from my experience, the people that are, it makes me wonder how config maps are implemented in general for Kubernetes. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So anyway, that video is uploaded. So I'm going to go ahead and do a sync. Cast dot upload sync. Let's see if he does it right. Yay. So that video's up. I should probably categorize that under Go. Yeah. I mean, that's definitely clickbait. Do not use sync map and Go. Somebody's going to read that and go, but I use it with a context and it's just fine. It's a great way to pass environment. And I'm like, you're absolutely right. So, yeah. But the people that I run into, they don't know what that is. They don't do it that way. They do not do it. They look for a cheap way to get out of doing the other hard work. I mean, God, devil's advocate in me is like, but maybe I want to use it as a context map eventually. I'm like, okay, fine. But then you got to never change your values. You got to make a new one, and, which is, I mean, it's not horrible to want to have to force people to make a new thing every time. I mean, that's pretty much functional programming. But Go doesn't have lazy loading for all that shit, so it takes more time. I think I got that right. So, yep. Let's see where we're gonna put this video. View on YouTube. People are gonna yell at me though. I already got one upvote. Huzzah. Where do we need to share this? No. Save to Go coding. I am not a spectacularly good Go programmer. I am not. I make my way around. I don't code Go every day. I wish I did. No, I'm not trying Rust. I fucking hate it. I won't use it. I won't use it until somebody makes something substantial with it. It's too much a waste of a time. And I fucking just test the syntax. So you've heard my true story on that. Yep. Haskell is awesome. Except for the significant white space. I've read a lot of Haskell for Pandoc, but it's hard to understand. I do like it though. But I would love to learn Erlang. That's the one I would like to learn, but I don't, it's probably nothing any good. I don't know. I just feel like that I would like it. But yeah, Go is a workhorse language, and it's never really been designed to be more than that. Uh, so that's what I work most of the time. I work in Bash and Go, because Bash, Go, and Python and web when I have to. Because this stuff gets work. What? Why not make a stream about learning Erlang? Mostly time, honestly. Mostly time. I have a bunch of stuff to make. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if I want to read any more of that. There's some stuff going on Twitter. Yep. Okay. So back to reality. All right. So that video's up. What's it doing? We were adding sync map to this. So I have a get and a set, and I added syncer, parser writer syncer. I mean, this might be overkill on the interface stuff, but whatever. Some people may not like putting all this in here like this, but I like it because I like breaking out the documentations of the single method interfaces. And it seems probably like overkill. It's not hurting anybody to do that. It helps make it easier for me to document the thing, so that if anybody else wants to make one, they can. The other way to do this would be to make one interface and then have all of the docs inside the interface, which is as comments, which is really hard to read. So I prefer that. It's a personal preference. But why to export all the internals? What are you talking about exporting internals? These are interfaces. So yeah, and because it's the internal interfaces are, yeah, we need all the interfaces for that, because it's a set get keys. These are all, yeah, these are not exported, right? The reason for this is so that anything that implements any part of this could be, could fulfill the interface. The thing that's great about that too is that you might have other interfaces that, like a getter and setter or something, from that this could still fulfill for others. Which means it just has to have a get method, bottom line. That's gonna allow these confs to be passed around like crazy. They don't need to, but the sync is a thing. So all the sync is gonna do is, if I can find it, where did I put it? Read write sync. Func m map struct. Map struct is a concrete implementation of the interface that gets returned by the constructor. So sync error, and all we're going to do is write it. We're going to attempt to write an empty. The problem is if it exists, the problem we should test. I mean, how can we do this? There's a couple ways we could do this. We could check whether the file exists. Okay, so if file exists, then just read. Else what? Else write to force creation with empty state. So that's what we're doing. So just to get a handle on that. So let's check if the file exists. So if I don't remember what it is. It's os.path, but I need to check whether it exists or not. I have a utility for that. Yeah, let me see if I can get my util. Oh my god. Util found. Let's see. True if the given path was absolutely found to exist on the system. A false return value means either the file does not exist or it was not able to determine if it exists. So, yep. The stat path file. So, I mean, I wonder if we should make this a property. I don't know if I should. Yeah, that's the standard one. Yep. That's the standard one. The whole OS stats shit. And you have to check whether yeah. So actually we can play on this. We can put this, combine this with the other stuff. That's why they do it that way. So if we have a stat to the path, error does not equal nil, that means we have a file. Technically you're supposed to check whether the error does not exist, or do not use is not exist for the test inference. Yeah. Yes. May or may not exist. Right. So up here, exists. Yes. If it exists and error equals nil, sorry. So this means we have a file. In every other case, we're just going to do it right. So that's why they have you do it that way. So we're going to say if, so if we have the file, then just read it. So we just return m.read. If we don't have the file, I mean, if we don't know whether we have the file or not, we can just call write, and if write will throw an error, and that will say, hey, I can't write to this file, and that'll be sufficient. So that's actually much easier than I thought. That's great. That's exactly what I wanted. I love it when a problem works out like that. So if we have a file, read it. Otherwise, write a new blank file. All right. So now we have to test that. So cd into conf-go. And we're going to do, I'm going to do a test on that. We'll put it in the examples, actually. Yeah, cd into conf-go. Use package without selector. Map-go 270. Not the one I wanted. Okay. Wait, where am I? Nope, that's not it. Oh, right. I'm gonna change this one too. Okay, so that syncs it up. If error equals nil, what was the error? So this is use of package path without selector. Oh, derp m.path. All right. So now we need a test. And we need to write the test. And we're going to write it right here. We'll find our read test. There's a read and write. Read bork map escape. Let's do a func example map sync. Output something, I don't know. So we're going to set our home to test data. Yep. And then we're going to do a read. So m equals conf.newMap. And then we need to do m.sync. right? And this, so this should write the file. So we'll go check that as soon as we do that. And it's gonna actually delete the file. So I don't know. Maybe we could do a sync test. Let's do that. Test data / sync. Let's do that. Make directory test data / sync. Actually, yeah, it should create it. Let's try it once. Actually, it should already be created because the test has been running in the background. So, test data. Yep. So it created test sync, but it didn't write to it because it had empty state. And it should have still wrote a values file, but nothing in it. For unlock, make directory, dir pem, directory perms. It actually made the dir return error. No, we need to check the error condition. Duh. So if error. All right. So what do we got now? Fail. Well, some got that. Tree. It didn't do anything here. It didn't make a values file. It should have. Maybe it's because it doesn't have any values in it. Set. See, if I call set, it's going to write it. Yeah, that's actually a problem. I think I might have a problem with my conf-go because the set is automatically saving it, and I don't know. That's assuming that we have a persistent cache, and I feel like maybe we need to set a state that doesn't write things to the cache by default, but the default behavior writes it because. Yeah, because it's yeah, that's I don't know. I didn't notice that before, but I'm kind of having problems with it. So it's definitely writing it. So if you set a key, it writes it automatically. The end. There's no ability to use this without a cache thing. And I don't know. I'm having a design decision dilemma here because I don't know if we should force that or not. Do I want people to be able to use configuration maps that don't automatically come with an attached file? Bottom line. And the answer is no, because they could just use a map instead. Right? If they want to get the map out of it, they can just deal with raw. They can like fuck around with raw, and that affects the internal map, and then they won't have to deal with it if they want to do that. So I actually am okay with that magic being in there, which means actually that adding the magic to associate a file on write should be okay. I mean, come on. If every single set infers a persistent write, then we've already bought off on the decision that this struct automatically is tied infinitely to this file where it's going to be storing its values. Therefore, sticking that magic inside of new map, you can't say, oh, new map just gives you a struct, but it doesn't have any sense of where it's going to be writing and stuff. Well, it's detecting all this shit. It might as well do it. So that actually just saved my interface a ton of work because I don't need sync anymore. If I'm going to keep it this way, if I want to make something else, no. So this is sync, and yeah, I can make sync internal. The other thing, I'm going to keep sync, because the reason I'm going to keep sync is because this does allow it. You can have multiple things using the file if you have some other method of locking, and this will read the file that's there and it will blow out the changes that you have. There's no merge conflict. The file wins. The file wins. Whatever's in the file wins whatever's in memory. So if you change something in memory, which was another reason to not provide methods for writing to the memory that are independent of writing, unless you really go out of your way and use raw, because we don't want there to be unsynchronized changes to the disk. That's the whole point of the module. So that means I'm going to add a sync, but that I need to put some more information into the sync interface. Sync implements a sync method that will synchronize the state of the structure with some persistent state of the structure, usually in the specified path. Okay. If those state, fuck, I suck. All right, so if no persistent state exists, sync will initialize it to an empty state. If there is a conflict between the in-memory state and that of the source, then the file wins and in-memory state will be discarded or overwritten. That's super important. That's super important. So this entire module is about that file. It's about making that file available to the code. That's what it's about. It's not about floating around as a config map that can be passed off and everything. That's not primarily what it's about. So, which really means we probably need some sort of file system lock as well. I mean, we should probably add that at some point. Let me add something here. Get texter, bolster, file level lock during writes. Yeah, see, I have this as a thing to add eventually. All right, so syncer is going to write sync. Now we need to put that in our constructor so that our new map has it. Map element is suitable for returning from new map. See the individual single method interface descriptions for details. String element must be implemented as a parsable string. Raw returns to inner map. Blah blah blah. New map. New map returns a new struct that fulfills the map interface. And syncs it to its syncs it to its underlying configuration file. The edit method implemented will first look for. Yeah, this is tough. All right, so we can do this. We can do this whole thing. And we can do m.sync. Error equals m.sync if error. Return error. All right, that works. That works for me. Let's see how our tests are going. Oh boy. Return argument cannot use error. 190. Oh, right. Shit. God damn it. This is that thing where, yeah. Oh, I know what the problem is, but I don't want to fix it. So it's going to, yeah, I should be returning an error here, but I'm not. I'm going to ignore the error. I'm dumping the error on the ground. Yep. So because, I don't know. And I don't want to do nil checks too, you know? Yeah, I dumped the error on the ground there too. Wait, I guess I could print the errors. Let's do that. We'll print the errors, but we'll still return. Yeah, let's do that. I'm good with that. You have to do it, unfortunately, this way. I mean, it's not perfect, but yep. There we go. Got nil. This is file directory. Interesting. This is interesting. I broke some other stuff in a good way. Execute new map. Got foo wanted blank, and then foo. Because it was synced. That's why. Because it does a synchronization now. Yeah. And the file was already there. Yep. That's what's up. Yep. So I'm going to have to isolate my tests now. Got run. Let's just do new map first. I mean, like, just new map. There we go. Damn it. Huh. So, new map. Get foo. I think the problem is I already had a file there. I think I already have a file there. Yeah. So I should not be setting that to my stuff. I should probably use the test directory for all that stuff. Yeah. I don't know why I did that. That was dumb. Watch, I'm gonna have like a test file in here. Yep. Yeah, test values. There it is. See, this stuff's already there. I don't know why I did that. I'm glad I caught that. So yeah, this no, I'm gonna set the home. Let's say no, we're gonna set the home to be test data home me. All right, so that test should pass now, actually, because it should be empty. Maybe not. Why is it doing that? More got foo. Did it make it? I think. Oh, I know what it did. Yeah, I bet it made it. Yep, it did. Uh-huh. Yep. So there it is. Yeah. So okay. So it's doing the new map, and we're not cleaning it up afterwards. Yeah, I'm gonna need to clean it up. So to do that, I need to do. I need to open up my library and do this. test data.config, remove all home me.config. Yep. And now it should be happier. Got, yep, there we did. Okay, so got this, foo, home config. Oh, right, that's different now. That needs to change. Conf test values. Yep. All right, so that's fixed. Where's my examples? 7? Oh, whoops. So this needs to change to this, and that test will pass. Yep. All right, so next, what else we got? So map foobar, map raw. Probably because it's already there. Want map foo. Why is it loading it? Because it's persisting it. That's why. Yeah, this is all good stuff, but I gotta figure this out. So how would I do temp config? This is stupid. I should do test data config. And this should be test data config. I need to check this one. Do. Oh, okay, good. Uh-huh. Do you use anything like Testify? I don't like Testify. I don't like those test frameworks at all. Some people might need them. I don't need them. 90% of the people that do projects out there don't need any of those fancy Testify shit. And you know what? Most of the people that use them have no idea how to use example tests. I prefer to make tests that will be usable by my end users and not some convoluted, overly complicated shit that maybe I will use a fuzzer if I have an application to do that, but I don't like it. People yell at me for saying that, but say, oh, you're not a real Go programmer. Okay, I'm not. Fine. You win. But I fucking hate it. I hate it. It overly complicates the issue. It's just a fucking test. Just, write the test code in terms of that can be understood by an end user or a human. My raw test is failing because I'm doing some new persistence. So this is interesting. So the raw map should not have anything in it. Let's do that one again. Yep. So map raw. So we've got, I'm going to run that one over again. Okay, very verbose. If you're testing sockets, yeah. I mean, if you're testing sockets in UDP and stuff like that, yep, I could see doing that. But most people are not doing that. That's what I'm saying. I continue to see my problem is I've seen too many projects that use a big fucking huge. It's this Go tendency. It's like minimum possible technology. People don't use more than you need. So people will say, "What middleware should I use for Go?" And I'm like, "Why don't you just try NetHTTP first and see if it covers your bases?" And like, no, it can't work. And so then they use Gorilla Mux or something, and because they anticipate they come from these other places where their framework is all minimum possible technology, progressive design principles. Don't use more tech than is needed. And if you're not doing TCP/IP socket debugging, if you need fuzzy tests, then I think fuzzy tests are cool, and I can't wait to use them. I think they're fantastic. I think they are. I'm not. If you need them, my gripe is that engineers, or for whatever reason, it's like using make when a shell script would be fine. Well, make is the proper thing to tell me why all those extra subshells and dependencies and an additional syntax and an additional layer of complexity is better than a single shell script. Make the case to me why that's better. Because it's better. That's just what people have been using. But that's not a case. That's like, if you actually have files that are dependent on other files, but if you're just using make to group a bunch of functions together in your build process, then you're fucking doing it wrong. You should write a shell script for that and just be done with it. Yeah, you got attached to Gin, right? Gin is awesome, but do you need it more than an HTTP? I mean, you usually have to like reach. You say, well, I need the routing. Well, HTTP has routing, NetHTTP, and it has mockups too, by the way, mock testing in HTTP. So I don't know. I don't write a lot of that code. I've written enough, but it just bothers me. It bothers me that people always look for a more complex solution than they need, and they get duped all the time. It's a long running annoyance that I have, because I'm a very practical, down to earth, simple, easygoing, much less intelligent person than a lot of these people who do these things. And they're like, well, proxy proto course. Yeah, well, I don't know. I see, if you're at that level, then maybe you need to do that kind of stuff. Yeah. If you're writing that level of like interactive backend middleware, then you need it. But most people that are doing, in major frameworks, there, except for gRPC and GraphQL. Yeah. I mean, it's, everybody is bringing a different thing to the table. And if a tool works for you, then use it. So like sync maps with contexts that are never read or never written to. That makes sense, right? But I guess that's my gripe. I don't really want to keep arguing about this point. I'm not really arguing. I'm just annoyed. Yeah, I don't know if it's laziness. I think people sincerely think that that's the only way to do it. And I might have been that person. I might have been a person that was pushing make. Make is the best way to do everything because it gives you the flexibility later. This is the other thing too, right? Premature abstraction. It's like you make decisions for some nebulous future that might happen that's not really immediately required. It's a regular problem. It's a regular problem in IT. I do it all the time. I was like, well, I might want to one day be able to do this thing in here. So you put some extra layer of abstraction or something like that. And, or you use an overly complex test library because maybe someday you are going to have complex tests and you anticipate you're going to do it. So might as well build it right from the start with the extra complexity. I don't buy that. Deal with what you have in the moment. Make sure you have a minimum workable solution and use only enough technology to make it work. And then when you have extra needs, add in the technology to make those other things work. You could use that same argument for all of IT in general. Do you really need Kubernetes? There's a lot of people that say, hell no. I read that whole blog about the people that threw Kubernetes out, went to Nomad because it didn't fit it was too much complexity they didn't need. They didn't need Istio and all the other stuff that comes with it. They just needed a reliable, distributed build environment for their 3D rendering. So libraries say, put the time in the coconut and drink it all down. KISS principle. Yeah, it is. Step 1, make it work. Step 2, make it work properly. Yep. Agreed. I like all of those. So yeah. And the other thing too is, you get some really complicated testing, you change one thing and the whole fucking thing falls apart. And your tests are going to break anyway, because that's the nature of testing, as I'm experiencing right now. So for some reason, my code is doing more than what is needed. Probably because it's loading it up and it didn't zero it out. Oh wow. Yeah, we don't want that. I know exactly what's happening there. I'm glad we caught that. I'm not setting up the home directory properly. Yep, that's exactly why that's working. And it shouldn't be. See, now it works. It's pulling up that. I'm glad we found this. This is really good. So, what does it fail? Somebody says, Louis Senti, did I say that right? Always think about others that have to suffer through your code. Yes, and dependencies and always think about your future self who has to read it. This is why I do everything as examples, because I can go figure my stuff out faster. Um, yeah, it's really, yeah. Does it take me longer? Yeah. Are my tests kind of kitty tests? Yes. But they're that way on purpose because I want anybody to be able to read it and understand them. I don't want I don't want the people testing my code to have to learn all of fucking Testify in order to debug a thing. And at least for this, now there's some cases where you're going to have such, like anything, a situation where you have fuzzing involved, you're going to write complex tests and they're going to have to be there. There's just no way around it. So, with Go a few years ago, by the end of the day, still write bad code first and then test it. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't strictly write the tests first. I write a summary of how the thing is going to be used first. I think interface or usage-driven design or behavior-driven design is way more valuable because you're describing to the user or to yourself how this thing is going to work, particularly with the utility. Here's the commands that are going to be used. This is what they're going to do. The reason I like interface-driven development is because interface, behavior, whatever you want to call it, because that is, you're describing the usage, because that's, do you know what I'm saying? It's like, how am I going to fucking use the thing? So a lot of times I will put a usage statement this is a library though. So one of the reasons people yell at me, I mean, they don't yell, I yell at myself on their behalf, but, yeah, the reason that I do shit like this, that some beginners will look at and go, why the fuck are you doing it that way? The reason I like usage-driven design to me is based on how your thing is going to be used. And if it's a command line, if it's a command, then you write the actual usage code. Like, this is the command. This is what you're going to type. This is what it's going to do. But the closest thing to that, if you're writing a library, is to write your interfaces and document your interfaces first. So you can say, look, anybody who uses this thing, this is how it acts. And the reason I like doing single method interfaces, use monoreadable. Do you really? So I like to make individual interfaces, and even if it seems like a lot to break it down like this, it gives me really solid handle on how I want this thing to behave. If I were describing to someone else how to make a thing that behaves the same way as my thing, this is how you do it, because that's exactly what interfaces are. Interfaces are a contract saying, if you implement this interface, if you're going to implement this interface, you are going to agree to abide by these contracts, right? So you can call this coding by contract and all this other stuff. And this is why I really love doing interfaces first. Some people would say it's overkill. I don't think so. And then what? And then you come back and you say, okay, now I'm going to implement a struct that fulfills this interface for my end user the way that I think it should be interfaced. It's like an example by itself. So they can go look at something that implements the interface. And then you have an example that uses all that. To me, that's the easier way to document stuff and to develop. But some people will think that that's overkill, or they don't like it or disagree. Interfaces are bad. People don't like interfaces. I think interfaces are fucking awesome. Do you really mean that? You think interfaces are bad? Because I don't agree with that at all. People call it's like Java implementing it. No, it's the only way you can document. It's the only way you can allow your stuff to be used in a polymorphic way without other sorts of inheritance and stuff. And I think they're fantastic. Not to mention the fact that they help you define how your thing's going to be used in the first place. The alternative to this would be, of course, to just make a struct and everybody have to implement the whole entire struct to replace it. And they couldn't use it. They couldn't use it in place of anything. That's why I use interfaces, by the way. So if you want to do generics instead, generics is one example of how you can get around it. If you care about your performance, interfaces have nothing to do with performance in Go. I don't know where you're getting that from. Interfaces are entirely compile time. They have nothing to do with. No, they don't. Prove it. I want. Look, if you can give me the evidence of that, I will change my mind. If you think interfaces are incurring a performance penalty, No, you can't just tell me to go test it. No, no, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. If interfaces have a significant performance impact that can be monitored and demonstrated, we definitely need to figure that out, because that is a huge downfall if that was true. Yeah, right. A simple test case switch takes an interface against the struct and then run a benchmark on that. Well, of course that's going to be slower. That's obviously going to be slower, but that's not fair. That's not fair. That's not fair, because you're coding. Yeah, it's like comparing C versus anything that has polymorphism at all. That's going to be fast. Okay, because there has no. Let me think about this. We got to go see the Go code that does that. Then that means, if that's true, then that means that there's an internal type checking happening at runtime, and I don't believe that. If that's true, we have to figure out where that benchmark is. I mean, where the benchmark slowdown is. Yeah, that would be a really huge thing to find out. If that's true, I'm really glad you brought it up, because that will change how I code a lot of things. But see, I code from a practical perspective, not from yeah, I've dove into the runtime package a lot, actually, not lately, but see, because from a practical perspective, if you're doing usage driven development, you have to be able to develop things using I mean, you have to be able to express how things are going to be used. All the reasons I just told you about being able to say how a thing is going to be used by another thing, and how it could be used in place of that thing, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. Versus a performance thing. Because, the real question is, I mean, you got me conflicted, because if you, what's more important? Let's put it this way. Before, at the cost of runtime performance, right? Interfaces increase developer performance at the cost of runtime performance. Okay, agreed. So, practical over performance, make it work, sounds pretty practical, versus performance and how it makes it feel. Yeah, but see, here's this is the problem that I have, is because, I mean, I go back and forth all the time. This entire thing was implemented as a struct first. I mean, what do you think of the idiom past interfaces return structs? Most important is economy in general. Yeah. But what do you think of that? What do you think of that, really? I mean, because I read it all the time, and yeah. So, I mean, obviously it's like an axiom. It's not like a law. But I feel like something like this is getting up there, is like becoming ugly. I felt this way a couple times during this project. I was like, well, so I'm trying something new, because if you break it down to a single method interface, this is based on the assumption that a lot of this stuff is getting inlined, because the compiler is fucking awesome at inlining code these days, particularly 1.17. So if it's not inlining interfaces the way I think they are being inlined, which is premature optimization, if I even go looking for that, then maybe, I need to rethink it. Because if I've got 2 layers of indirection just because I'm adding interfaces, then is that worth having the clarity of the interface be documented this way? Or, I mean, what is the end game? What is the end usage going to be? Is the end usage going to be, I make a struct that has all of these things in it, and then, yeah, does good tree shaking 117? I think that's what I was talking about, right? So that's kind of what I'm getting at. And I'm not a computer science pro or anything, but that's, I mean, every book that's been written recently suggests passing interfaces and using interfaces as the method. It's not true polymorphism, but to do that whole thing, right? I just found this. There's a cost associated with using interfaces. Yeah, that's great. Let's go open that up. I really want to know this. I really do. I really want to know it because I don't, if I'm writing Java, I just read, so Yana from Amazon just tweeted and got ripped up by a bunch of other people about we have to stop using writing Java and Go. And so 20, yeah. But so there was this, it was a little bit of a Twitter feed. It wasn't really a rant or anything, but there was some pretty strong opinions on that thread. Um, because she's coming out and she's saying we have to just rid this Java think from the Go community, and part of the Java think is interfaces because that's just the leftover from. I mean, it's not just Java, but yeah. So if there's a cost to interfaces, and that means we need to start writing. We might need to start writing more Go code like C code. Well, then what do you pay for that, right? So this is a configuration module that I want to be able to have people use all over the place. The more flexibility, the better, right? There's not going to be a lot of intense reads and writes going on the configuration module. At least there shouldn't be. It's not a database, it's just something that's going to be read and written every once in a while. And its ability to be flexible and to be used in any number of ways is way more valuable to me than the raw performance of writing a struct that couldn't be re-implemented. Another thing too is that people can implement their own extensions to the interface for configuration. They can implement it however the fuck they want. If they want it to talk to a database, fine. If they don't, but if I do it as a struct, it can't do it that way. If I do it as a struct, they have to implement a struct exactly like this because all of the things that accept this thing as an argument, which is every fucking piece of software I'm going to be writing over that, importing to, then they don't ever even have the option of taking over the struct and writing their own. They would have to use my struct and my struct alone unless I implement the interface that way. An alternative to that would be something like untyped, the empty interface type. I write C but compile with Go because of being lazy. Yeah. But you just use if. I did. So the fact of the matter is, so this is one of those examples. This is why I'm thinking it. This is one of those examples where I'm anticipating a need, because when you're doing usage-driven development, you're already anticipating a need, right? But that can really fail quickly into I'm anticipating every possible usage and need, and then that becomes abstraction hell because now you're preparing for every possible thing. So you do need to at some point put a line in the sand and say, this is how I anticipate this thing is going to be used based on this release. And based on my release, my use of interfaces fulfills that, because I would rather have the flexibility to have anybody, using this thing and be able to re-implement these methods in a completely different way if they decide they want to depart from my implementation. If they decide that they don't want to use my configuration thing, I don't want to break all their code. I want them to be able to put a replace directive, or not a replace directive, but some other. You can't actually. That's interesting that we found out that the replace is being blocked in builds, because there's a lot of legitimate usage for replace that's now not going to be allowed to be used. Very interesting. There were people that were using replace to get over some old school import things and use domain aliases and stuff. I think it'd be very interesting. I just realized that's why I didn't catch that before, because people have been using replace the production code to rename repo directions permanently to another location in the source code without changing all the strings with the import statement. I just remember that from earlier today. But the statement, you wouldn't need it if it would be, this is what it does, period. Yeah. Wait for 1.18 for what, the tree shaking stuff? Oh, I've been studying 1.18. Are you talking about generics? Because it's not going to fix this problem. I don't think generics are going to fix this problem. If you're talking about generics, I don't think they are. Maybe they are, but I can't see it if they are going to. Yeah. I mean, generics actually no, because generics are generics. They're not. There's no runtime anything happening with generics. Shit. Maybe that's. Is that it? Did I get that right? Yeah. Fuck. Because it's just macros at the end of the day. It's not, right? Generics are not macros. Generics, they're not C. They'll improve interfaces somewhat, yeah, for sure. But what I'm trying to decide is if I were to implement this same thing using, it could be a generic. It would have to be, no, I'm mixing them up. What I'm trying to do is trying to avoid any runtime execution interface, validation, whatever, propagation. Yeah. I mean, let's just regroup. So what are the options here? Means we'll get stronger type maps. Yes. Yes, we will. Um, I'm rethinking this for a second. I might have to sit on this. It might be time for me to go for a run. How's it going, Deflo? I'm rethinking this. This is where the C coder and the in me like fights against the Java coder in me because I did so much OP in the 90s. So if I oh, I hate the reflect package. I fucking hate it. I'll never use it. I write my own JSON parsers just to get away from using reflect. I hate reflect. I understand why it exists, but I hate it. It's so much unnecessary overhead. Are you telling me interfaces are using reflect? Please tell me that's not true. Oh my God. Please tell me that's not true. Cause like when I found out that YAML and JSON tagging and all that tagging and whatever BSON that they were all using reflection to resolve, I was like, oh, I was so done because it's like runtime too. I think, isn't it? I think it's runtime. Fuck, are you kidding me? Oh my God. Oh my God. I mean, I just override Marshall JSON all the time because the JSON parser for the tags isn't even right most of the time. So, God damn it. So this is the problem. There's like the C coder in me who fights against the, but we don't have macros or anything in Go. So the best we have is interfaces. I mean, that's why people like languages like C++, because the macros might be convoluted and weird and the templates and everything, but you incur no runtime penalty at all for it. It's just harder to build it. It's harder to put it together. I'm not deleting the file start over. No, hell no. This is an easy fix. All I have to do, if I do decide to do this, all I have to do is implement the methods directly and document them as a struct and then just change the name of the struct. It's a really easy fix. But if I do that, I'm forcing everything that uses this has to use the struct. But the struct will be wicked fast. I mean, it would be way faster than it already is. And if I went with a read-write mutex instead, which I could also add in, then it would be the fastest possible way to read from disk, hands down. Yeah. So you can chain go reflect and it's still 10 times faster than Java. Do I need the perf though? And see, Tony, this is why I have to go for a run before I do this, because the end usage here, right? So I want me and other people to be able to use a extremely flexible configuration package with decent performance that's not based on JSON. That's the goal. So by ripping out the interface and having everything just be a solid struct, I would force everybody to use my exact version of the struct, and that is not okay because they couldn't swap out the types with all the interface overrides. I mean, it's conceivable that somebody might want to take over. They would use some code that used the configuration file. And I don't like JSON-Lite. I'm not using any JSON. I fucking hate JSON. I hate it. For configuration files, I'll never use it ever again. JSON is persist for conveying state across the wire. That's it. And gRPC does it better. So I don't I'm never going to use JSON in a file ever again. I have to use YAML, unfortunately, but yeah. And this is how proprietary was born. If someone needs perf, they can create their own struct and copy the values. Yeah. You know, we could actually do that. I'm still not convinced that I've got an interface hit. I'm really not. Because the struct that comes out of this, it just fulfills the interface. That's it. I think I actually, now that I'm thinking about this, so denial of service. So let's talk about this. This particular constructor has no reference to the interfaces at all. So I'm going to do some benchmarking here because you got me really curious. Yeah, I'm definitely going to. Here's what I'm trying to tell you. So the return struct from this fulfills the interface, but has no reference whatsoever to the interface inside of the entire struct. So I think the performance hit that you're talking about would be for people who are taking in an interface. And that would be the struct, right? So that would give them, but the consumer, right? The consumer would take a hit, but here's the thing. I might be able to get the best of both worlds here with one thing. You know? I could do this. Then the interface reflection. Yeah. Well, I'm going to do an RW I'm going to do an RW mutex if you're ever going to get that. Yeah. If I wanted to, though, what I'm trying to say is, if I wanted to let my consumers make the choice, they could either use conf.struct or conf.map. And conf.map, the new map, would give them a struct. I still need to use the constructor on it. No, I don't want to do that because I need to force them to use a constructor in order to get all the information out of it. So that would be a no. Plus, there's also file IO already. So I don't know what I'm thinking. No. Yep. We want to use map struct. Here's why. Because conf map. We already have conf.map. That's the interface. I already have an interface that does it. Yeah. Yeah. So all this, okay. So also syscalls. Yeah. Okay. So this is not a map. Okay. This is not a map. This is a file that happens to have a structure and wrapping it. That's what it is. And based on that, just the file system IO all by itself destroys all the rest of the performance concerns that you talked about. The mutex, why I actually went with sync.mutex instead of read-write mutex. Because the file system IO is going to be so fucking slow. If somebody wanted to write a really quick, persistable thing, they could implement the interface and use, more available persistent database calls or something like that. And they could re-implement the conf.map interface talking to a Redis database, if that makes sense. And so they could pass a map, and then I could say, okay, you have a conf.map. The conf.map, by default, I have one here that uses a file. You could have another conf.map that uses, some sort of database API, and they can implement the entire interface from multiple sources. And then, as long as you accept the conf.map to your application, you get access to whatever those things are. It's like the whole idea behind IO Reader. So I'm going to stay with that. That is way more valuable to me than the performance of passing a struct. So besides, if they don't, it's only going to be in the consumer. The consumer would just have to say, "Are you a map? Yes or no?" Right? And then when it calls read, it's just going to check, yeah. It works on that. Accessing data over the network was faster than accessing disk. Absolutely. Absolutely is faster. Totally agree. So if I do this as a struct, I would blow out the ability for someone to create a conf map implementation that accesses a database or a JSON API or anything like that. And I don't want that. I want the flexibility. The whole point of this is so that I want to be able to create software that depends on this conf map that is completely varied and uses all kinds of different things, but has a default file struct map struct implementation. So that's it. I probably should change the name of map struct actually to have something like a file. We should change this to be like a file. Yeah, it should be conf.map file. Right. So that's the thing you're getting back. It's a file. So conf.map file. So we could have conf.map Redis, conf.map, API, HTTP API, whatever. And then, but this is an implementation that implements it using underlying file values. And as long as in the contract, I didn't say in the interface contract, thou shalt always use a file. Right? I don't think I even did that. Writes internal struct state to the default file location. So I need to change writer and reader to say persistable location or whatever, and then it could be overridden. This has been really good though. I really appreciate this conversation because it's really helped me like solidify the decision to use an interface and why, and to revisit these contractual obligations of the interface, such as default file location. I don't want to force people using my conf map interface to even use a file at all. I want them to be able to use whatever they want. So I need to rewrite these sort of contracts in front of the interfaces, and then more generically state under the new map that this is a map file struct is. I probably could publish this. Instead of saying map, I could have a map file. I could say map file implements the map interface. If I do that, then people can actually use it directly and do their own initialization. And they might want to do that instead of being forced to pair it with a file. And the new map does pair it with the file, and that would be the way to go. I like where this is going. That's definitely what I'm going to do. It's going to blow up a bunch of things, but it's going to be better. And the whole point of this, by the way, today, doing this Go programming, the whole point of this was to kind of implement it in a pseudo, real application, so that I could kind of work out these different ideas. If you abstract your own interfaces into a single interface instead of defining them inside your implementation structure, your gain will be 10%. If you abstract your own interfaces into a single interface instead of defining them inside your implementation, your struct will gain 10%. If you abstract your own interfaces into a single interface, you think that this is going to cost just from this? Well, maybe I should not do that then. If you, let's see, your own interface into a single instead of defining them. Yeah. Well, what I'm trying to, there's two ways to do this. The other way I did this, and this is the way you see it in all the time, is that they'll put a big fucking huge documentation of the interface right here, right? Yeah. I don't know. Why does it have to look up shit from the interface? I don't get it. I don't understand why it has to do that. That's really dumb. So, because the other way for me to do this, I don't know. Okay, so if you do it with individual methods like this, then they can pass the method, No, if I make it a single interface, then they can't use it differently. So it might be that somebody I know this is a whole abstraction problem, right? It might be that somebody just wants to have an editor, and they want to be able to call editor on the thing. So I should be able to pass this as editor instead of it fully fulfilling the map interface. So this is because, okay, so I have other things in my system where I might want to say, okay, is this an IO reader? The whole single method interface idea, right? So yeah, rather than do this, I'm thinking about having it implement all the other stuff. But then the only reason it has home name and file are here is because of the way this, I don't want that at all, actually. I don't want these at all now that I'm thinking about it, because these are forcing a specific type of map, a map that's associated with a file. So I don't want that. I don't want that. I want it to be more generic than that. Yeah. So, because, yeah. I mean, okay, so I hear what you're saying, but that if you do that, then you obliterate your ability to pass things that implement just a specific method of the interface, of the overall huge interface, like as their own items, and that's a huge cost. That's a cost in flexibility. Make raw into interface then. Raw. Well, I thought about doing that too, but yeah. Yeah, I'm getting rid of stringer. If we do that, then we drop all of this, right? Well, I mean, that. I see what you're saying, though. Having them all in here. The only reason they're here is just to. There's the only reason they're here is for reading. That's it. They don't need to be here. If there's a cost, then hell yeah, I'm gonna drop it. Right. So yeah. One of the ways around this would be for me to not make a map interface. And to leave all of these single method interfaces and drop the encapsulating one, and then just say this returns a thing that fulfills the following interfaces, and then I would just list all of those interfaces. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think that's the way to go. And then I would drop has file and shit. Yeah, I like that design better. Then we don't have the overhead, and then it feels better. Yeah. I think that's the way to go, because that way could, yeah, they could decide what way they wanted to change it. You could pass it as a setter or a getter. It doesn't matter. It's just being used in a different way, in that particular way, rather than passing a map. And the other thing, yeah, I got to drop map completely. Compile time look is fast for nested interfaces than nested values. Compile time lookup is faster for nested interfaces than nested values. Oh, we were talking about if we were to put them all here. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to drop this. This thing always kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I mean, I did it mostly because it organized everything. I mean, the idiomatic way to do interfaces is like one or two methods tops. Occasionally you can do more than that, like for file system, things like that. But it's kind of an anti-pattern to use more than one. And of course, this drives me fucking nuts. Like when you're just looking up a struct value. Yeah. I think I might actually bypass this and make these struct values. I think that's what I should probably do. I should probably make this a struct value instead. And so I should make home. I should publicize home. I should make home, name, and file, and then make those specific to a map file implementation. And I could also have I can just expose that too for the raw instead of doing raw. Interface should contain only interfaces that is even faster than it is doing private. Yeah. So raw, we'll get rid of raw. So if we got rid of raw, yeah. Yeah, I don't have to provide. In fact, I can get rid of stringer too. All right, this is going to work. This is going to be good. So we'll make it map file, and then we'll do a read write mutex on the file. So this, if we do it this way, then they can do highly performance stuff against the file. I need to make that a read write mutex. I'm busting a bunch of shit by doing this, but yeah. And then if I make all of this stuff publicly available, and then this is specific to this implementation, then I don't have to put it in here, so I can get rid of this. And now, so we just say the map has to have a mutex interface. However it implements the mutex is up to you, but so conf.mutex says you have to have a set lock and a non-lock. Let's see, mutex implements implements the mutex with lock and unlock. That should lock all reads and writes while locked. I'm actually going to make it lock reads and writes. I know I shouldn't, but I'm going to do it anyway. Implementation may decide to limit the scope of the same runtime memory space system level scope. Yeah. All right. This is looking good. Yeah. And I have a feeling that well, new map file. I feel like I should do new map file here. Or I could do the old school thing with the init. I always go back and forth on that. And it's going to sync. So the question is whether it's going to sync or not. Yeah. Yep. So I think, yeah, because this metadata could be internally set. Now, and then I get rid of all my accessors down here. Yeah, that'll be better. Get rid of all that, actually. So if we do this, the real question is whether I should make map file its own thing. I probably should. Should export that. So then they get, because map's going to go away. Now it's just conf.map file. Yeah, and then I can have comp dot like Redis map or map whatever, map Redis or map DB or something like that, you know. Yep. And then this goes away completely. Yep. How's it going, Black Mouse? Yep. Sonify. Okay. The problem with doing this is now I have to change all the documentation. So this is all going to completely change. I could do new map file. This is good though. This is good. New map file. Conf.new map file. And that's going to then give you all this stuff. So I meant to go out of date. Yeah. I know it's hard. Print the path. The get and the set have to be there to have the lock in them. The keys is fine. I almost don't think we even need keys. I mean, I'll just say keys returns a sorted list of keys. Synchronize the sync method that will synchronize the state of the structure with some persistent state of that structure. LDB, etc. Okay. If no persistent state yet exists. Shit. I always do that wrong. I can't even think of it now. Fuck. Rob. Why am I need to go running. My brain's like all over the map. Synchronize was the same method that will synchronize the state of the structure of some persistent state of the structure. If no persistent state yet exists, sync will initialize it to an empty state. If there's a conflict between the memory state and that of the source uh, then the persisted state wins and in-memory is able to discard and overridden. All right. We don't update docs to keep our docs interesting. So we have a syncer, an editor. This is the way to do this. This is the way. Getting rid of that intermediary interface. It kind of annoyed me that it was there before, but now that I know that it's a perfit on top of that, thanks to denial of service, I feel a lot better. I feel a lot better about that. So this also means that we can kind of like be free with our struct and let the users decide. It's like, look, you use the map file however you want. If you want the internal map, you can go straight to the .m, do whatever the fuck you want with it. I don't have to give a raw interface to it anymore. It's just there. And this is also related to how persistence is being saved. The other thing too about the interface is the interface should not be making any decisions about how things are being persisted. And I have this notion of being persisted to a file kind of built into the interface. That's a fail. We want the interface to be generic enough that somebody could come in and implement the entire thing as, being powered by a database or something and be able to walk in and just use it that way. It just so happens that my map file, there might be one that says map file JSON, right? So I could make another struct that persists, that uses the same configuration interface, but persists it as a JSON file. So I could have a struct that implements the same interface, but persists it as a JSON file. I could have another one that persists it as a key equals value properties file. I can have another one that persists it as a YAML file. I can have one that persists it as a database, so long as the interface is unique and can be used across all of that. In fact, before I pursue any further implementation in the POMO thing, like I have been, I need to actually write more than one implementation of the interface within the package. So that would mean implementing a map file, a conf.map file, and then a conf.json file, which I don't even want to call it. I probably want to call it, instead of calling it map file, I should probably call it properties file, conf.properties, right? How's it going? I think that's probably the way to go. We can call this conf.properties because it's what it is. It's key values property file, but without all of the extra shit that Java allows, right? So we could have conf.properties file. We could have a conf.json file. We could have a conf.whatever, and then that will just persist it, but it'll have the same interface. So people could decide they want to have a TOML file and they want to store all their cache in TOML. And it would just persist it using that method, and then they could swap out the different structures that implement the same interface. If I never reached out for your college on your new job, there are 4 locations at AWS. Oh my God. EKC, no documentation on any automation. Of course not. It's all manual. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Will it work with Schroeder Nix? Yeah. It should. It should. We should not care, right? That's funny. That's cool though. You got that job. That's cool. Yeah. Amazon was one of the only of the FAANG companies that I really looked at seriously. I mean, I interviewed at Facebook and I was like, oh no. They were like trying to convince me that they could do teaching. No. I am really glad that we had this session. This has really opened my mind because I want to build an interface that can allow anybody to implement their own configuration structs, however they want to, and have them fulfill the same interface that have the mapping and locking and everything. And then they're interchangeable. You can interchange them because it's just like a reader, right? We just want to be able to interchange them anywhere. And I definitely want to do that because sometimes I want to pull, the thing I was kind of regretting the whole time I was doing this was like, I was not going to be able to pull data out of Redis. Like, no, you have to have a configuration file. Well, if I do this right with the interfaces, then I can make another implementation that stores data that, you know, has a persistent layer in Redis or whatever. And I don't have to care. So any of my applications that are using a conf dot, you know, whatever, just need to have those things in it. Which makes me think maybe I need to do some consolidation, but I actually don't need that. No, I just need a conf.getter. Like I need to be able to get the value, or a conf.setter, so I could be more specific about what I'm passing in. It's just like the IO reader writer interface. So yeah, I'm super excited about this. This is definitely going to work. Go programming. Where are the ducks and goats too strong for you? Oh no, I believe in changing your category to match what you're doing. Supercuber. No, you don't belong to a category. What you do belongs to a category. So that's what I think. If you must know. And right now I'm programming in Go, so that's definitely software. Tomorrow I'll be doing Kubernetes. Later tonight I'll be doing Witcher. Change your fucking category. Don't get married to a category. Don't be tribal. All right. So there's conflicts with colleagues in, oh God. Yeah. Do not want to even use Ansible. They don't? Shit. Well, you just made me want to be able to use that more. Maybe I will go use it. I'm going to go for a run, and then I'm going to come back, and I'm probably, hey, thanks, Merc for God. Thanks for the sub. I'm going to be back, and I'm going to be ripping this shit out of this interface, assuming I have enough energy to do so. And I'm going to implement it. This is a really good activity for me to document for people to learn. Hey, thanks for the bits. And I'm going to leave this here. I'm going to put the fishies on, but you guys I'm going to come right back. I'm not going to lift, because we're going to be ripping the shit out of this conf-go, and I'm going to go ahead and stop the Go video on YouTube for now, but we'll be picking up later after I get back. All right. And